对线啊，几个 E 都进攻交了，穿了一件，但是伤害差一些哦。
但莉莉娅来了呀，感觉梅口这位置有点难走了。
抢6了，腐败锁链，莉莉娅过来，直接一个 Q 闪预判到了嘎啦的闪现，而且一个睡到了牛头。那这样他在。 扭掉，踩飞了后扑，但后面有土龙魂这边没有消耗到实质的血量，双方还在拉扯，而侧面岩雀一套实穿，再把背后给打残，远古龙这个时候被拉醒了，一个踩，他在支援护卫扫出来，吃了大量的伤害，而且卡他在疯狂输出，一个抬了对面的上野回来，不过他在被解决了，后部起飞了，背后一勾勾到他，但后面有隐匿，隐身之后还在拉扯，回身追着3个人 A， 后部 A 死一个，这波。 塔下，豆豆眼睛拉一顿身位，能做到吗？还有一个强化，还有一个 E 技能，E 技能完了 Q 一下，上来要进去，直接把对面几乎所有人都推了回来。卡拉伟利用草丛拉扯一下，再把中路的女枪人头带走。团战画面太惨烈了。LPL 的双 C 战斗能力还是很强，正面岩雀一个强慢，卡莎进来一个 E， 天连把勾夺了 ，Rookie 被卡莎切死了，再一个岩突，女枪也倒，比赛要结束了 ，AL。 过来争，一勾勾到了，沿突把背后勾回去，而正面戳一下魏，飞过来想先杀魏，3把对付左边的人挡住，魏进去有点孤军深入了，被吃到一个终结，也被打一个闪，塔尔赞 W 闪 ，Rookie 被抬回来了，女枪扫一个大招，塔尔赞在枪云弹里开着支援护卫把背后给捅死了，这个团战 AL 都能打赢吗？
要被逐个击破了，嘎啦也被粘住了，闪现一个岩突再突回来，嘎啦也倒了，这波感觉。
没事69，我们不靠 solo。
完了呀，solo 已经2连败了呀。
没关系啊 ，solo 是 solo。
69没自信了吧已经？
自信了有点。
没事69。
啊，这边做河道可以打，
我在慢路上，
我狐狸没踢的，狐狸没踢的，我来了。
我二了小，慢来。
看，
我拉后了，兄弟们。
走，
没闪，我挡他技能。
他没 E 的，
传送吗这波？
他没 E， 没踢的。扎不？哎呦，帅！
预判。
好，你被
TP 了，没杀。没杀。还行。
看 AD。
nice 剑哥。
跳吗？要跳吗？对面没塔的。
啊，跳，来。
减速了。 没大了，蝎子没大。
先拉泰坦。哎呦，推歪了。
一波。没事。
绷不住了呀。
中路那波推够了呀，后面无所谓了。
帅一波就够了，你想帅几波？你到底要干嘛？
哈哈。
飞机没 W，
我有点远，
飞机还有闪没 W，
有点远，这个不这样
没事，那就别急着开。我开大了，反打走就。
干嘛？这是
看那个。
有大。
没事，别急，
推吧。
来，李姐给你打装备。
我感觉
一波不了吧？
不了，是哔，一波不了。来就。
啊，没有。
我先出来。瑞进来了。3没大了。
救！
这怎么救？
救不了。
来给牛打个装备。
不用打。
打一个，看看给你打什么。
肯定是军团，还能打什么？
没装备啊！
还能给我打眼石不成？
今天我们互相慢慢打呀，要慢慢打。
没问题啊，
慢慢打
还是干？
不，我说这打团的时候啊，别着急了，今天。
上把着急输的，
慢慢打就应该是稳了。
我先不说别的，我们士气上已经赢了。
踢上了，杰斯看。我们不标要大的，这不是杰斯没踢，有问题，
猪没大了，
可以打。
准备没闪，
猪也没闪，杀猪。
我大 K 啊，我没 W， 看用我，看用我，
有一下，
直接踢了。
有人死，
干嘛？
杰斯没闪，
杰斯在里面吗？
追
不了，我们就保我和小派打前排。
我先打猪没到，
杰在这边。
看有人，有人猪，
看住，
慢点，看，慢点打，随便人，别被换。
我没被换，
我退下，
一队可能有大，小心。我不知道他有没有。
油桶没闪，
推中了这样。
下二冷推吧，下二冷推。
一直在这，
一直满血吗？
一直满血。
长按有在高，小心。
OK。
他2件的。
油桶没血的，
下能推吗？
油桶已经
能推，来人陪我推。
我可以包他。哎呦，我要后了，他有 E 吗？
他
没，
对面有踢，
他们有踢。
走，对面有踢。
算了吧。
杀完这个走，对面有 TP。
都没大，救一下。打前面，
看
妈，他这次，解脱。
有人没闪，
推吧，
一直没闪。
妈妈一波，踢吧。一队有双吗？应该有双，所有
有人一队都没闪的，
有人有大是吧？
应该有，可能有。
我们没闪，
对吧？
直接推。我喝药了，直接一波了。
OK。
我得绕一下。
先看他打。
我也没 Q，看我，就送了。慢点，我没到，看
AD 没闪，辅助没闪 ，AD 辅助没闪。
看你。我先做，看我做，拉出来，你看我到。皮特没闪，一个都死了。虫子有大龙。
AD 没闪。
来，看虫子，冲加油吃的。
喜欢虫子。打到 nice，
打到一步不了，
我去推中，
一波打到了嘛？
你们打我去推中。
哎，这边，
太
慢点，
我也不。
看 AD， 看前面，位没到位，前面出来打前了，妈，看位，先看位，先看位，
我没事，
我到，
中单没闪，
龙到吗？看，
能打，中单没闪。 AD 没闪，
看 AD，
AD 死一波了，
一波
，GG， nice。
I'm not your favorite show you watch, but touch or not. This babe gonna mess with you and keep you satisfied. Take a look at this, yeah. You know you wanna look, yeah. Make it for the love, yeah. All you want. Take a look at this, yeah. You know you wanna look, yeah. Make it for the love, yeah. I'm all you want. Turn it up. I've been burned, but I'm sugar-coated like I'm harder than you think, I'll break your bite. So bold, so cheeky, sassy. I'm here to push your little buttons, cause I kinda like you. I'm like your favorite show you watch, but touch or not. I know you wanting more, cause I'll keep you satisfied. Take a look at this, yeah. You know you wanna look, yeah. Make it for the love, yeah. All you want. Take a look at this, yeah. You know you wanna look, yeah. Make it for the love, yeah. I'm all you want.
right here. Look right here. Come see what everyone's been looking at. Everyone's been talking about. When you the best, you call it out. People watch cause they love when they watch this. We are number one on your watch list. Everything you need grouped together like a mosh pit. We don't stop cause we know they can't stop this. It's nothing new, we gotta do what we do. We got you glued to your seat without using glue. We got it, hey, turn down when you can turn up. We got it, you at the right place, look no further. We got it, hey, turn down when you can turn up. We got it, you at the right place, look no further. Look what you've been missing. I'm glad that you're here now. It's time for something different. We gon' turn it out. We the ones you shouldn't doubt. Come see for yourself what the fuss is all about. You're dealing with a name you can trust. Put us in the game, we remain only clutch. On your mark, set, go. Feel the rush. You can have them over there, or you can have us. We got it. Hey, turn down when you can turn up. We got it. You at the right place, look no further. We got it. Hey, turn down when you can turn up. We got it. You at the right place, look no further. Take a look at this. Take a look at this. Take a look at us. Take a look at us.
好的，在赛前我们请到了 LG 的 Sassy 选手，欢迎 Sassy。这也是今年第一次与 OMG 的交手嘛，也是你们涅槃的第一步。所以你觉得今天的这场比赛会是怎样的打开方式呢？会比较激烈，还是稍微平稳一点？
应该会比较平稳一点吧，因为大家都是第一场比赛嘛。
其实今年有很多的比赛，你们的表现在前中期还算不错，但到了后期的决策方面可能会有一些犹豫。所以 Sassy 觉得今天队伍比较需要关注的点在什么部分呢？
可能比较关注中后期的决策吧，然后在运营上多注重一点。
好的，感谢你。好的，在赛前我们同样请到了 OMG 的 Harry 选手，欢迎 Harry。这个版本上单的选择还是比较多样性的嘛，塞恩更是达到了一个100%的胜率，所以 Harry 觉得目前上单的生态怎么样呢？
目前上单生态，塞恩我觉得算是 T0的，然后 OP 的还是上版本那几个嘛，格温，然后杰斯这些。
虽然有一些小小的削弱，但是还是在线上非常强势的。那面对赛场的一个压力与挑战，相信 OMG 也需要一场酣畅淋漓的胜利来给你们增加一下自己的斗志嘛。所以 Harry 希望能够帮助到团队哪些方面呢？
就希望能成为队内接下来后盾嘛，可以兜底的选手。
好的，比赛加油！
看2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端转上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 LPL.QQ.com、虎牙直播、斗鱼直播、哔哩哔哩直播、咪咕视频、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。全新纯电 G 级越野车，越野图腾，御电峡谷。微信搜索李宁官方小程序，即可定制队员专属 ID 队服。打开京东搜赛事预测，赢英雄联盟1000元礼盒。我在场就是主场，莫兹利安为 LPL 奶一口。OPPO Find X8 系列抬手就出片，抓拍氛围感。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2025 LPL 官方指定家电产品，更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，有能量当然占嘛。傲风电竞椅连续5年中国电竞椅销量第1，开一局吗？开就开，保护有度度，尽情开一局。感谢全场保护的杜蕾斯。英特尔酷睿 Ultra 台式机处理器，解锁 AI 新境界。
双剑可以，这个人哇，这鳄鱼有点太好了，还来，准备我上了。
各位亲爱的召唤师们，欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，让我们有请双方战队登场。首先，让我们欢迎 LGD Gaming 上单 Zazi， 打野奶油，中单小青蛙，下路少爷，辅助樱吹雪。接下来，让我们欢迎 Oh My God。上单 Harry， 打野恒，中单林峰，下路 Starry， 辅助博汉。LPL 第2赛段组内赛第2周第3日的第1场比赛将会由 LGD 对阵 OMG LPL 5位竞巅峰。 全军出击。
Well, 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 wonderful people. Guess who's done with their German lesson? What have I missed, folks? We're 18 minutes into game one. Who won the side select? I'll say hello briefly before I come back on, because there's a fight happening. Looks like LGD in a bit of a fight here with OMG in the bot side as Harry is going to go down. And there is indeed now a bit of a cast for at least half of this game. And they get a couple back. Turns out Nayo on this Neferi still needs to be someone to keep your eyes on. He always was a carry jungler. When he gets a lead, he tends to run with it. Hello, folks. Sam, please explain this draft, please. Hey, Curly, good to see you. 5 kills on Neferi, that's what we go. So we got Gwen, Neferi, and Ryze in trade for... Hang on! How did they get Gwen and Neferi? Oh, wow. Yeah, and is Nymaera still there? He's actually LEC today. So he's got some LEC meeting stuff, so it's just me today. So it's just me. Got to keep that Duolingo streak alive. Basically, it's a good lesson, but it's like we start at 9, we finish basically now. So it's most of 3 hours of lesson, which is pretty insane. But here we are, got to get that one in. And basically, altogether, got to keep that Duolingo streak alive. Precisely. But here we go. Game 1 has, by the looks of it, been a bit of a snooze fest. DNF got Neferi and Gwen in the first game versus HLE2, and they got stomped. That's hilarious. Sometimes it doesn't matter. Still going to be the... I need to get the... Oh, no, I can't do that. I'm going to do the full screeny thing over here. It's the way we do this. There we go. Now I can see what's going on. Beautiful. There's Neferi going to head down here with Sassy and look to claim this turret, as I will also... As someone just keeps pinging. Oh, my God. Everyone's pinging all the time. Get rid of the text. There is a cast now. Welcome back. As the violence commences, Linfong looking for a fight. Will find nothing as Nayo continues to hop around, has another reset available. The needlework comes flying on through, and Harry, nearly at the mega, wants to get there, can't quite do it. Hung will at least bring down that Neferi, and wait, the curtains being called can make this very messy indeed. Linfong finding huge value. How is this Aurora at 6-1 suddenly? Got a Shadow Flame to whip his Shadow, not quite dead to the electrocute. Needs to be wary, hops over the wall. XQW is teleported back in, but he's in a 1v2. Does get missed by that deadly flourish. Linfong hit with the overload, and we back away. Just for now. Another look at the twofold hex and the weirding. The weirding does land, but that's leaving Starry free in the mid lane. And suddenly, despite this draft, despite the 6-kill Neferi, Linfong is in a very scary position on this Aurora. And Aurora has a lot of skills that will go straight through those dogs. Can't block those skill shots. Can be pretty rough. And the gold is right back to even. It's going to be one of those games, folks. It's going to be one of those games. Let's have a look at this. So basically, SQW got caught and basically immediately popped. It's a good flash away, but he misses that Q. And that means Moam survives for a moment or two. The Darking Daggers went wide. Realm warped away to safety. And that's all well and good. The fight looks at this point pretty solid. You've done a load of damage. Harry's about to die. You've blown up the initial targets. But Heng, getting 2 on the back end of that is wild. And because of the way Jin's passive works, he throws down a load of captive audiences under where those deaths were and got a lot of value out. Problem is now this mid lane shove's going to happen. And suddenly, mid lane turret is traded out. Gwen also left on that top side for Sassy, who's getting into a very scary spot. I need to close the door before I annoy my neighbors. So back in a second. There's a fight occurred. Give me a second, guys. I need to do some life things. And Heng is dying. The Crescent Guard times out. And now Sassy with a TP in and a needlework is going to do a lot of work over to Moam, who's in a dangerous position. Gets out to safety this time around. They won't realm warp any further. LGD with a relatively significant win there. The Fury is so balanced. I think that's a lie. Dark World. For the record, I think that might be a lie. But there's the Atacant taken. Sassy is also in a very scary spot at this point. Yes, your Aurora is giga strong. Is going to need to do a lot of work. It's gone for the Malignance build to get more of those ults out. And I can see that this game been very, very bloody. Got the Arm Guard as well, and the Dark Seal is fully stacked. So there's a world where you can carry on this Aurora, but it will need to be excellent. And realistically, you need to pop someone valuable like this Neferi early on. If you can get 2.3k of that gold lead away, make some difference. Can I turn up game sound? Yes, I can. 1 second. It is indeed a little low. There we go. We'll drop that over to here. Game sound up. Also, eyes on Xiaoye, who's in a very good position on this Ezreal right now. Of course, Starry on the Jin, not doing too bad here. Has managed to pick up that Lord Dominator guard. But again, with this build, it's wave clear. It's utility and a bit of poke, but it's not necessarily raw damage. Of course, you're not into like massive, massive tanks as yet. It's going to need to get an Infinity Edge, I imagine, before they're really, really dangerous here. Still, a lot of steel caps. The Rift Maker. People are getting that little bit tanky here, and I imagine Ryze will be looking at a Zhonya's at some point in the near future, so I can see the value in looking to get that armor pen ahead of Kerr. Well, in the process of cooking. Oh, Mecha, what you making? What you making, Mecha? What do we have IRL friends? Look at Miss Fancy Pants. Ooh, I know. There we go. There's another big old kill onto Moam. Doing good work. Let me do a little bit of something in the background just to make sure we're all good. Because I have a horrible feeling we might need to do a little bit of something in the background to make sure we're all live on stuff. That's what I worried about. We'll make sure that happens, as there is some violence occurring. keep our eyes on it. As the shot lands. Good shot in from Starry. Managed to do a lot of work there. Moam and Linfong waiting around here, looking to get this one very scary indeed. Sassy now on a flank angle, looking to come onto the back end of this. Get some damage down. It's YCX now haunting with the rest of the team, looking for an angle in. Won't quite find it. Turns this around. As we come on over. We have now resolved that issue. Hello, Onivia. Fortunately, we weren't quite live over there for some reason, which is a bit of annoying. Figured that one out. I was thinking, oh, it looks a little bit quiet over on that front. We have resolved that. Put that one to rest. Come into the game proper. Apologies on that one. Does mean we've missed a little bit of that first game there on Anivia. That is unfortunate. Sorry about that, guys. Does look like the feed was being sent, but the live button hadn't been hit, which is an unfortunate one. But now live in 3 places rather than just 2, and the issue has been resolved. Fed and Fury, Fedorora plus Jin. Yeah, it does look to be that way, doesn't it? Death's Dance now completed for Nayo, who's in a very scary position. Again, Nayo, when he was on top esports challenges down in the LDL, alongside the likes of Jachi and Niket, was one of the more dangerous members to be found out there. We're going to a lot of damage to the back end of this. Moam hooked up, goes down, nowhere for this rel to go. It's a rough time for Moam on what should have been his most famous champion, really. Enjoy your little trip up, Hiromu. Always good to see you. Over we go to the Baron Pit. Knock-up happens. Onto Heng, who does just get deleted in a second or two. Ezreal does the work with the Nautilus for YCX. Rune Prison. Onto Harry, who's now in danger as well. XQW looking to continue hunting with Sassy. They do get the wallop. The dredge line goes wide, but I don't think this Gnar can really do anything, despite a few skill shots going wide because of how damn strong LGD are at this point. 11-2 is Nefiri. Holy moly. What did I learn today in my German lesson? Starting to learn some accusative case stuff. So when you're talking about objects, so all of those conjugations as Xiaoye flashes over the wall, is out of mana here. Starry flashes on him, will now possibly trade his life for it. The crash down just shy, trying to kill off the Jin, who's running away really fast, does get that reset, looks to go back in, gets the shield with the reset of the Hound Pursuit, but Linfa goes over the wall. Nayo taking a lot of damage, trying to heal with the Darkin Daggers, can't quite do it. Needs to begin running away as YCX in danger himself now. Healing off the Gromp from passively at the back end of it all. They'll lose the Nautilus. Nayo still wants to play this. In comes the Realm Walk. They want to play this 2v3. Moam doesn't quite get the Shattering Strike they were hoping for. There's the call of the pack to get some more healing. And Moam at the level 10 has nothing to work. We will bleed out in a moment. Another kill to Nayo. 2 for 2. Not bad from OMG. The problem is their base is in tatters and their Nexus turret's being hit. And Xiaoye got caught in that between worlds and had a bad time. Is the long and short of it there. And Xiaoye dies. And the run walk comes on through. Nayo's waiting. Throws out a couple daggers. Misses them. Doesn't really matter at this point. It's just so strong. Nayo gets some more healing. Hits him with a second Q. More like not bad considering the draft cliff. Yeah, I know. But yeah, I was learning accused of case stuff like, you know, ich packe einen Laptop in meine Tasche. I pack a laptop into my bag. True shot barrage. Flings across a few. By which I just mean Starry. Curious to see how the other drafts go, because top picks look kind of crazy here. Yeah, it's very different. Sassy got run down there, actually. That's potentially quite big. Now Linfong looking to reset, goes across the veil, finding an angle. Nayo will immune some of it with the call of the pack, but it's a good ult. The Between Worlds doing damage. Nayo now in danger, needs to hop away. Taken very low, burned up because the Death's Dance is enough work to make sure he does die in the long run. And OMG have held on. They can get a lot of value here. In fact, they're going to pretty much ace the squad. Can they get anyone else? Missing the shot. YCX in danger. Gets hit. It's Xiaoye alone that survives. How on earth did OMG find that? Oh, LGD. Well, there you go. That's what happened. Sorry, I had a little bit of admin stuff to do in the background there, which is bad timing, really. There you go. Some things just need to happen. Hang, getting a decent juggle forward. So basically, Nayu's got Death's Dance on, and that means he ticks out. Needed to stick around and keep fighting the healing. SQW does so much work, but misses a Q. Otherwise, that might have been a big amount of spell flux across people. Misses one shot, but it does spot out YCX who dies. So, I have to go work and to watch the JDG games. Don't we all? Don't we all? Jin now has that Infinity Edge. Linfong has got a Medjais, a Zhonya's, and a Void Staff. This bunny hits hard. She is basically shy of death cap. And that's it. And even then, I think right now, for the price point she's hit, that's not bad going. QW and the rest of the squad backing away. This OMG trying to get control of this mid lane, if and where they can. Sassy cleaning up some Krugs. Trying to be a little annoying with that. And so far, not really found too much there. This Aurora, though, 9-1-9, is kind of matching Nayo pretty well here in terms of scariness. Problem is, this Neferi is now 4 items deep. GA just got completed. And that is pretty scary. True shot barrage. Flings across a few again. Baron up and available. Sassy and SQW 2-manning the Baron. They will shred this very fast. The Rise and the Gwen got more than enough damage and DPS to do this in decent order. Heng now coming on over, looking to find an angle in. It's down to 4k HP. He can actually come and smite this. Wind becomes lightning into the attempted steal. Won't quite happen. He got into the pit, will now likely die. SUW flash got forwards to try and get some spell fluxes and overloads. You've lost the Nautilus, but Moan flashing away between worlds. Limphone looking for an angle, can't quite do it, but the curtains are called. No one's able to threaten very well. Now you're looking for an angle, sends the dogs forward, hops away. Oh my days, the weirding. Popped 2. Now Harry in danger, goes into that untargetable state with the W, but with the death stance ticking, we'll need to find something to heal off. Baron secured. You asked 2 for it, and the Ocean Dragon's up. How on earth are we at this point? And I'll tell you what, it's because the Jin's at full build. Because this Aurora's at full build. They hit like trucks. Try and come and play this. Into the pit we go. Harry's very low. Gonna try and take this one out regardless. Into the pit is Nayu. Could look to steal. Would be Ocean Soul if he can get in and secure this. Can't quite find the value he was looking for. The rest of the Dame is still dead. And Sassy's TP leads to nothing. Starry got a GA, gets the root. On to one more. Wind becomes lightning. Xiaoye will heal. Tries to get away, but he's caught between worlds. Immediately dies. Limphone looking for a twofold hex of his own, but can't quite pick off the dog. And the rest of the team struggling here as the game goes on. OMG suddenly right back in. The Baron absolutely neutralized. We need to have a look at that fight again. Because they get the Baron and then don't kill Heng. And then between Linfeng and Starry's ults, LGD unable to break the battle line. So have a look at this because it becomes a flip. 66 HP is what it goes down to. And YCX looks for an angle. They try to flash for the Rune Prison and miss the overload. So Starry just gets to flash away and stay alive. Nayo on an angle, but doesn't find as much as Moen flashes out. And then Linfeng with the Between Worlds does a lot of work. It's very scary. XQW goes golden, but Starry's still just waiting for a 4-shot into a weirding combo that gets another. And then you're trying to play for Soul and lose Baron anyway. Or lose most of your Barons. It's a pretty miserable state of affairs. 3 inhibitors were down. And suddenly LGD are in a precarious position. Don't get me wrong, they've still scaled just fine. They may well still win this game. But there will be questions about how this game ended. So, Jin has put traps everywhere. Aurora 12-1. Linfeng was on OMG's academy team as an Akali player, as a Yasuo player. Here on the Aurora, trying to live up to some of those assassin roots of his. Minus 902 Baron power play. OLGD. That's a disappointment, isn't it? This is going to be an interesting series, folks. I hope you're ready for some Valley League of Legends, because we are going for it. Please, LGD win. I want to redeem a prize. Monty's, you're in this position. The gold is now more even, so it's getting even clearer. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, the gold... At this point of the game, the gold is mostly decorative, right? All of your important people have max builds. So your gold isn't going anywhere near. Most people are max level. The differences will start to be in the fact that Nayo no longer has a level lead, really, because Heng gets to catch up. And supports are also going to start to catch up. You know, the Nautilus, the Rel that were miles and miles behind will suddenly start to get level 15, level 16, and things get different again. Minute till Baron, minute till Ocean Dragon. What are we playing for in either team? Because, of course, with OMG claiming that last dragon, they're also at soul point. Ocean Soul to make fights go longer? Oh, God. So, where do we go from here? Do we have a choice? The blue pill or the Baron Pit? The red pill of the Dragon Soul. Let's see how deep this rabbit in mid lane can go with the spells. Don't know why I'm suddenly turning Bane on that one, but there we go. Massive engage. Just show your hop forwards! He's got a GA, but doesn't quite have it pop. Gets by the wind by lightning, goes over the wall, the audacious charge, and actually manages to buffer the True Shot Barrage while dead in the GA. Still knocked him. He's going in! They'll kill off the Aurora, finally! But Shaya is dead for it. Everyone else having a bad time, but Nayo is now scary. They're turning around with the curtain call. Harry on a flank, trying to keep people pinned in place, trying to find some shots. The Observer observes the death of Nautilus, made the curtain call look a little bit more ugly than it was, and it ends up being a 2-for-1. The stacks are gone on Linfo. And Xiaoye may have paid with the price of his body, but he may have done the work. TPing back in, looking to get some damage. They go on forwards. Moam desperately low, will not quite be killed. Now you're looking for an angle. As Harry here at full HP does have nowhere near the Mega Gnar right now. SQW split off from his team a little bit. Flashing on forwards, 4-shot comes on in, lands the Rune Prism. XQW's just dead. That's Ocean Soul surely for OMG. Into the back of the pit they go. They want to control wood. They will not know that they're there. Hang, gonna find them now. Looking to step forwards. Gets the knock into the wall. Trying to get damage down onto Sassy. Into the back they go with the Hound's Pursuit. Hang desperately low. Gets the Crescent Guard down. Sassy is dead. Nayo will not secure the dragon, though. It was a valiant effort. And OMG claim another life. And Ocean Soul can head to Baron. And might just be winning the game here. 50 seconds on Gwen. 30 on Rice. The wave clear's gone. It's a 5v3. Maybe they don't need to do Baron. Okay, I take it back. They don't. They walk down mid lane, decide against to go back to Baron, which is slightly embarrassing. Roll up to the greatest show on earth, folks. That's a 5.5k lead on Nayo. He is desperately trying to get something. Buys a full Sterax to try and get value. What more can this Neferi do? So Xiaoye is about to do what is called a pro gamer move here by shifting forwards to get full combo by Arel, and then survives for but a moment before True Shot barrages. Sorry, jumps on the True Shot barraging Ezreal and kills him, and he hops forward again. I guess he knew he was kind of dead, so when he gets some damage down his way out, Nayo tries to get some more value, doesn't quite, as Harry survives. And they realm warp in. And XQW's like, oh god, I'm now in a shooting gallery. I didn't want to be here. And XQW, YCX gets absolutely popped. That is at, what, 2k damage ult? When I say Valley League of Legends, this is what I mean. It's the opposite of peak League of Legends. However, it is equally entertaining by virtue of its silliness. This is a deeply unserious game, folks. Sit back and enjoy the chaos. The LEC song. Where's Vedi and Dracos? Give me chaos. I'm giving it to you right here. Sassy has gone really deep and will just die. Oh no, the curtains are being called. Please let the curtains call. Please let this be the end of the game. Make it stop. Make it stop. They get another one. They got Baron, right? They do. They've killed another 3 people. I believe you can end the game now, OMG. Inhibitor goes down. Nayo trying a best. This 14 kill Neferi has done everything they can. LGD, maybe the worst team in the league. Might be them or LNG. They have been really suffering. But there's even then moments for this team. This game should have been theirs. It is not. OMG, hold on. They catch the throw. They catch the failed end. A couple Ocean Dragons, a couple bad fights in a row, and Xiaoya's inexplicable arcane shift forwards. And here we find ourselves with a victory for OMG. Wow. Welcome to the party, folks. I hope you enjoyed your time here. I know I did. Let me drop the volume right back down. Why are they've Zyra and Gwen? Yeah, they had Ryze and Gwen and Neferi. I know. The thing is, what I will say is their actual engage options were Nautilus or bust. They didn't actually have a lot of CC. Ryze kind of. They brawled by getting people into the fight and just running at you and going, I do so much damage and I'm fast enough to keep up and do the damage. But you hit this point where Aurora alone was zoning off an entire team with her ult and giving space for a full item Jhin to one-tap a Nautilus with an R with a fourth R button. Like, you kind of hit this point where the comp became a lot harder to play, and the failed ends and the panic and the setup was very, very bad. I think LGD panicked. They should have won that. But it did hit this point where the Aurora was allowed to get full build. The Jhin was allowed to get full build. And you did lack engage. There you go. But yeah, I agree, it wasn't particularly clean. Guys, I really need to run to the bathroom. So I'm going to leave you here. Again, very briefly. While I go do that. And they also get going one by one at the end. Yeah, there was some really odd... Like, you got the Baron. Just use the Baron rather than desperately flipping for a Dragon as a 3v5. You know, just bad decision-making on top of everything else. XQW should be publicly executed. That's it. I mean, Ambessa wasn't in that game, so maybe next game. It wasn't fantastic, I grant you. But here we are. An experience was had by all the family. I will make myself coffee. I will go to the bathroom. And we will be preparing for the next game of this series. What a time that was, wasn't it? Another cute ensemble. Yeah, that is a very stylish dressed. Cute is probably the correct word. Quite chic. Anyway, I shall return. Do I turn the camera off? Yes, I will.
生活玩出新意，
自由自在，灵感随行。
用个性的方式画世界，
让眼界突破边界，
让远在天边，近在眼前，
让每一刻精彩不再等待。
买50系列电脑新品上京东，打开京东搜赛事预测，赢英雄联盟1000元礼盒。
京东。
folks, I'm back. Oh my days, I needed to do that. Suddenly feel a lot more alive. Back on the Rift. I'm going to have to run some ads really quickly, guys. I do apologize. I know I should have done it before I left, but unfortunately, because I was doing things like... Well, now you have to worry about it, won't you? Getting ready for game number 2. What did I miss? There's the prediction stuff. Getting ready for game 2. Who won MVP, by the way, out of interest? I'm assuming Linfong. Starry won MVP. In fairness, he was a good Jhin. He was a good Jhin. I can give him that. But into draft we go. Drop that slideshow for a second or two so we can keep an eye on draft a bit more freely. Jace, Yone, and the Varus away by LGD. Kalista, Rumble, Skarner off the board by OMG. The Gwen obviously was used last game, didn't work. Well, if the Neferi didn't work, how about a Vi? Maybe that was the way forwards. Also, hi folks, good to see you. And hey Shade, good to see y'all. Sion is the response. It's a big one for Harry. Big tank angles. Poppy as well. So already that front line is huge. Pretty good anti-Vi stuff here as well. Vi doesn't want to ult either of them. You can mess up Vi with your steadfast presence. Of course, you won't block the ult, but the Q out can be a bit trickier. And you can punt her away afterwards as well. So even though Vi has ways to get around the Poppy, it can still end up being a bit of a frustration point. And Bessa, also a great combo with that Vi. Someone was calling for public execution earlier. Well, now you've got locked in. Public restraining order available. Cease and desist into public execution does its work. Ahri. Now locked in for Linfong as well. He's a bit of an Ahri player, but a lot of our mids are. Nymaera's not here to critique, so we can say incorrect things about Ahri, and Alex can't stop us. That's a lot of power, guys. What are your worst Ahri takes? What build should be built on Ahri? Well, Alex is in to stop this. But please don't spread information. I'm going to spread misinformation. I am spreading misinformation on multiple places on the internet. The Roa build is good. Ahri should never build a Medjay. Wonderful option. Yeah, keep it going, keep it going. Don't buy the book. See, Montes is getting as well. He's not here to stop me. I can undo years of work. Full tank for sure, especially Randuin's. Ahri should build Heartsteel Riftmaker. Lethality Ahri is incredible. Guys, this is amazing. Crit Ahri is good here, I think. I mean, here we go. I love this. I love this. Finally, great grandpa Sam is here. It's true.
Hello, my child Dialga the Fourth. How is time these days?
I can't remember which way around it was. Was Palkia time or space? And was Dialga space or time? I can't remember. Ahri should build like an Assad instead. Also, she's hella mid for horny posting, like Ruined King Ahri. Sure, rest is mid. Ooh! Ooh! Not a fan of the artwork. Mekaro saying mid for the horniest? Oh my days. Some bold calls out here. But here's our drafts. Elise locked in. Is that going to be Elise support? Well. So we've got a Caitlyn Nico bot lane. They've tried to match that by going for another range bully support. The Elise has fallen way off. It used to be super busted, got changed a lot to make it less good as a support without items and AP. And as a result, Nico kind of took her role a little bit. And honestly, Nico is a much better team fighter because you got a big AoE ult in a way that Elise just doesn't. So this is going to be very interesting. Your tower dive is fantastic. Between Poppy, between Elise, between Ari, you can do a lot of tower diving. Hell, even the Scion's really good for it. So we are going to need to see a fair amount of that. The only thing is, of course, with the lane swap changes coming in, we are in a position... Giratina's anti-match, that's fair. Oh. Ari does not have mommy pilkers. Oh, Monty, stop it. Alex is going to start crying. Spreading misinformation is wonderful. The misinformation is done. Alrighty then. We got a Nico Caitlyn on one side versus a Corki Elise on the other. I love this skin for Elise as well because the mask is tied on by spider silk, which I think is dope as hell. You reckoning 2-0 Eogoinus? Put your channel points where your mouth is. Hey, 15 stream streak. Damn, 1,000 kites. That's good work. Getting ready to go to the Rift for Game 2. Game 1 was an LGD win against their better judgment. LGD gonna need to recover after OMG stole that game away from them. Let's have a listen to the gyros. Well, I'm looking for a potential angle. What has they started with? It is nothing yet. Not leveled anything. You can E-start to be a big CC person. But things like the W, also very valuable. Good scouting tool, good early burst. Pretty heavy on the mana costs. They are looking for this invade. Heng's going to come on down. Vi's going to be here. Now you're level 1 on Vi. I don't know whether you want this. This is going to get messy. They know they're on vision. They're expecting a fight. Here we go. Nayo needs to be really careful. The only thing is you're giving Caitlyn Nico free push. That's very risky. So, Caitlyn Nico have free push. Should be able to rush level 2. They can then afford to back off. I think you arguably reset off this wave. Because otherwise, this is going to happen. You knew Heng was there. What do you think he was going to do? Shove Xiaoya back. Doesn't get as much value as they were hoping for. Starry picks up the wave, and now Heng's in danger, actually. You know what? I take it back. They don't combo up well enough. Heng takes all his HP. And Nayo still gets to go over to his Krogs, and then look at red buff after. Oh, no. Well, that's gone wrong, hasn't it? Still got level 2. There's the Tangle Barbs. Nayo, level 2 invade? I don't know about this one, folks. He's going to try and go for the blue buff. Oh, boy. Now, this gets interesting. So, Poppy, what she should do right now, probably Raptors into blue buff from Nayo. Maybe the Gromp after. Arguably, she should have just dropped the Raptors. It's not the greatest pathing ever from Nayo. I think if you're Poppy, you can go fight. I know you can't really. I mean, Ari's got some shove-ish. Problem is, Ambessa would be first roam on the other side. I think that invade's worked out very poorly for OMG. Sassy. Hit with a full chunk of that decimating smash into the grasp. Right, and they got the Scuttle Crab as well. Oh boy, well, this is looking a bit ugly. The CS lead bot lane is going to be problematic. They spent a lot of that first wave fighting over Raptors that led to their jungler in an awful position. And now you're still getting the steal on in. And now Xiaoye is up a significant amount of gold plus a cull off that early reset. This Caitlyn's going to be a problem. I worry about how that one's going to go. Oh, social media graphic needs to be shown. Thank you very much. We can do that one. Wrong thing. Linfeng with the ult. Gonna get shuffled into Nio's Q. I'm gonna try and trade this one back on XQW, but he's still on a 1v2. A lot of CC coming on through. Will not surely die here, but a decent amount of damage back end. Can't quite get in range. Getting a lot of those soldiers down. Must get that last buckler. Can't do it. Oh no. XQW gets away with literal murder. And now you with a great angle. Well, that's a great start to the game. But we said similar things about the last one, didn't we? These teams are pretty bad. They are at the minute. They are in the Nirvana group. It's partly why they're here. There's a lot of growing to be done for both teams. I think it's the kind way to put it. LGD fumbled game one very, very hard. Good start again this one. That's a decent cocoon though. YCX in danger. Overcomes her and gets the buckler. Tries to get in range to charge. Caitlyn gets one back. Moam's in danger too. Can Xiaoye look for a flash and an auto? Big Chunk tries to get the Pilt over Peacemaker and makes it a double. Sure, they kill off the Nico, but the all-in didn't touch Xiaoye, and he just got to stand and deliver as they overplay onto YCX. You take that every day of the week. This is Valley League of Legends, folks. Nice chunk onto Linfeng. This was a mess. What HP did YCX get? What XQ get to? 5 HP, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12. Oh my days. And top side, YCX gets the heal, gets to run away. And the thing, the Caitlyn trap lands onto Starry, so he dies. And then basically Xiaoye gets to run after Moam, who's got nowhere to go. I think actually should have just flashed there is the honest answer. Giving the double over was awful. Now you've got a Caitlyn's come back with boots, dagger, and a BF sword, and still got the Cull going away. Rough. Don't get me wrong, Xiaoye still have flash as well, but the moment they stop to go for the Pilt over Peacemaker, I think you can afford to flash and get out. Probably Path to World's red as well, as you're lining up a shot going to the turret. Probably something like that. Either way, LGD with a very solid early lead. This Caitlyn's 1,000 gold ahead from lane. Still got a lot of time to go pick up some plates. They got the early set of grubs, the early dragon. Alright, bot side, in we go. Nayo finds the public execution combo with Sassy. Ult plus ult equals a dead Corki, who is left 6 feet under. Nice work from the jungler. Nayo honestly had a great game one. That Neferi is going to feel like it should have been a win. Here on the Vi, off to the races, being proactive and aggressive early on. He's making things work here. It's hit, cocooned is YCX, but at least doesn't care to do all that much damage right now. Go a load of those soldiers out and about. Ninfong looking for an angle, can't quite get what they're hoping for. Now you're now close. Second set of grubs spawning. XQW does have TP, maybe asked to burn it in short order, but is not here on the Rift right now. Play this a little bit slower and wait for the Azir to come on in. Here comes the rest of OMG wanting to play this out. So now you still want to fight this. TP into the mid lane turret for XQW. Again, not here. Smite not up for Hang. Now you could potentially look to go forward. Xiaoyu gets knocked up by the Scion. Flash on forwards, can't quite get the combo. They're released up into the air, knock away on the jungler from the Poppy of Hang. Still the fight commencing. They've picked up 2 of the 3 grubs. Public execution onto the Scion. Gonna get knocked up by that Pop Blossom after. Shield comes on through with the Soul Furnace and will just die. Kill over to XQW's Azir. Sassy will Drake hand step with a lacerate and a cutting swipe. Get out to safety. Naya now looking at Linfong. Slow comes on through into the Vault Breaker. Relentless forward. The denting blows causing a lot of damage. There's nowhere really for Linfong to go. Trying to try and denote this kill over to the Azir. And a nice pick up there as SQW, forced back at the beginning of the play, does get to pick up a 3rd kill in the game. There's still 1 grub remaining, so this will get mites, but nothing more. And he gets that one for the side of LGD. Three streams on a Twitch in a row from Baneblade. Who the hell is this? Hell yeah. No, we won a 2-game series. I don't think LGD loses these. They shouldn't. This should be a done deal now. But we shall see. Moab in a spot of bother. There comes the blooming burst. Sion gonna ult, looking to go on in, and hang on, that's a big kill onto that Caitlyn, down for the count. No need for the Sion ult, but they do pick off the Caitlyn before the dragon can begin, and OMG will take that as a big win here. That could have been really significant throw. How on earth does Xiaoyu get caught there? Tragic moment. Corki picking it up as well. Basically halves the gold lead between the 80 carries. Damage comes back on forwards and YCX gets away. Now you also has to flash out. Bad invade there Good punish from OMG, but that double flash is down. Harry now in a potential spot to bother himself going towards turret, but he's a Scion. Doesn't care all that much. XQW with the Leandries trying to threaten for this tier 1 top. Let's have a look at this. So, this is how we saw Xiaoye die earlier. I'm assuming he's just Heng all inning, and a flash stun into the wall. Into the combo. Cocoon lands. Goodbye, Caitlyn. And great work from Heng to get that angle on Xiaoye. He was trying to stay safe, but wasn't respecting the flash heroic charge. YCX. Under threat, but not that much. 3 minutes until the next dragon. Harry doesn't really take meaningful damage at this point. YCX will heal to run away. Ult for the heal. First turret was claimed by LGD, so that does get them the feats of strength. They are still up, 4,000 gold. It's just been 1 or 2 slight issues here. And there. And everywhere. Yep. That too. Xiaoye gonna throw out some combos. And Xiaoye now looking to get some orders down on this mid lane tier 1. XQW also threatening. Moab just gets annihilated by the Azir at this point. That's a level 6 Elise who was behind the game curve. YCX is level 8 for reference. That is a 6 level difference. 6 level difference between mid and support. Oh, wow. Go get some sleep, Trinity. Thanks for your hard work as ever. What the hell? LGD lost map 1 with that monster draft? Yes, they did. Yes, they did. There's a turret down. Turn around. Fight comes on through and Poppy just dies. Oh boy. Linfolk's in danger. They're teleporting from area. I don't think he's going to enjoy that very much. Nayo just about alive. They get into the Herald. It dies as a result of the decimating smash. Moam is once again dead. And the game's looking pretty tricky for the side of OMG. We may well be going to 3 here, folks. LGD, once known as Laugandia. The great chili oil company. YCX with the shape changer into the ult is buffered somewhat by Harry. Probably he dies for doing it. And Moam goes up into the air and comes right back down to get annihilated. My word at the moment, that one. It's a good word. Annihilated. To be reduced to less than atoms. To be returned to net 0. Why am I sounding like Megamind? Ow, my giant blue head. We're so blessed to get a 3 LGD OMG games today. Exactly, you get it. Epimiondas? Epimiondas? There you go. And Curly's like, lol. The correct response. I don't want to see JDG anyway. I do. I want to see JDG. Violence continues. Linfeng off to one side. A knock away. Heng. Flashes to under Xiaoyu, stays alive. The Pop Blossom is good, actually, from YCX. Backside, Sassy gets a couple as well. Nice Ambassador angle. The ace in the hole comes on down. Linfeng trying to ult away, but the cease and desist onto Starry means he is turning into a supernova. Exploded by Xiaoyu and the rest of the crew. Harry and Linfeng alive. I take that back, it's a zombie. He's not alive, is he? He's only unalive for a second or two. That's fine for TikTok. And over we go to look at a Cloud Dragon and possibly a turret or two in this top side. What a mess. Let's have a look. So there's no turret. Why are we fighting up here? And, why are we all here? There's no turrets. I mean, I guess there's Atacard in a minute or so, but that's... I guess violence was why. Like, why are we here as 5 people, guys? Either way, it's good for LGD. It's a triple kill onto Sassy. And this Ambassador is really, really, really strong. LGD 68-ish% chance to win the game. I should never have gambled in one trusted OMG to give us a 2-game series. Sorry, Mecha. Dragon secured. Fight now commences, but it's YCX's clone that was hit. Xiaoyu will still have the ability to 90 caliber net over the wall if they need to. Sassy now looking for an angle. Going to start lacerating forwards. Hang in danger. Tries to keep that Ambassador away and can't do it. The heroic charge means nothing. Starry tries to get one with him, but fails to do so. The rest of the team die. Another triple kill to Sassy. 2 fights in a row. There's a wave prepped in the bot side. That turret will not be long for the living, you have to imagine. Are we thinking Atakan after? Are we thinking mid lane? One of the two. This game is looking all but over. Sassy alone is such a monster right now. Never mind XQW. Never mind Xiaoyu actually cashed in that call a little while ago. Nayo also going to help take this ruinous Atakan alongside his mid lane on XQW and get a lot of value down. There we go. Gonna try and pick up some of these feathers. Hang. I don't think we're gonna take all that many flowers. We'll get one. They get a single flower, guys. That's the consolation prize. Azir has Leandries, Nashes, fully stacked Dark Seal, and now the Chain-Laced Crushes as well. Like, how on earth are you killing this guy? Does so much damage. Can't be miles of a third item on this Caitlyn, who I think is going rapid fire next. Help us stay safe from some of the people trying to pounce on her head. It's always been a good item on Caitlyn. Works very well with the headshot. Hang in danger. Gets jumped. Sorry, not Hang in danger. It's Nayo in danger. Now turns it around as overcomes his top laner, trying to keep him alive. Fails to do so. Starry now getting out to safety. Moam also with a repel. Gets out to safety. LICX looking for an angle. Doesn't have flash, but can still look to Pop Blossom. Sassy gets charged into the wall. The decimating smash alongside the charm means that Ambessa, even with all the Omnivap, will fall. LGD once again overplayed, trying to save a member. Heng in danger though, will surely burn out. YCX gets another, and OMG got 2, but can't keep everyone else alive as Harry stepping on forwards is still a zombie and will die. You killed off Nayo. You killed off Sassy. Great news. Still lose 2-2. But hell, an even trade in this game state is better than it should be. Starry just about alive. He's on vision here. Is there an ace in the hole? Not quite. I might have been tempted. I'm not going to lie. 5 seconds would have been tricky. Because it initially looks like Starry and Moam are going to die to do this. So it's a good punish. Nayo tries to buffer his way out. The public shoes comes on in. But the rest of the team are very slow to come on over. And Starry just about survives. Moam goes into the air and survives. And that stops it from being as clean as it might be. And then Sassy steps on forwards. And then gets immediately heroic charged into charm, the decimating smash, and gets popped. And that's pretty big because the Ambassador is a lot of damage. However, the retreat angle isn't fantastic. And now Heng has what happened to Nayo happened to him. Except there is no punish. And so Poppy just sits there and dies. Back up towards the turret we go. And they'll place a Sun Disc in. And look to siege on in. Here's the replay in the picture-in-picture. I'm assuming it's just, yep, walk into a bush, found him out. Xiaoye just says, yeah, you've walked on a trap. Enjoy your payment. In pain. So, 11,000 gold up. This game should end shortly. Baron and the game over. And then we get a joyous deciding game 3. It should have been game over anyway, series over anyway, because LGD should have won the last game. And they didn't. There we go, damage onto Starry. Niall's gone very deep to do it though, and now he's actually very alone here. And the rest of the team's not going to come and defend him. Gets a decent blast shield, trying to buy some time. The Sundered Sky healing not enough, but they've chased for a very long time to get on top of that. They also lose Corki though. Azir gets killed off by Linfong, but the problem is Sassy's head has run over people. That'll be a dead Poppy. Again, it's not clean, but the damage is done. They get aced. Niall buys enough time for the rest of his team to finish off what he started by diving under the turret. The flash barrier was enough to make Starry go a long, long way and separate Niall out somewhat. But that will still be, you've got to imagine, the end of the game, right? Between Atakan buffing up full grub, please just run up the Nexus towers. No, don't leave. Just finish it. Take us out of this misery. Damage comes on down. Basically, Niall goes very deep to try and make that happen, to deny Starry doing a lot of DPS. The problem is the rest of his team can't really follow up. At which point, he is there to try and buy as much time as he can and execute W. How does he do? He flashes for an auto? And then I'm assuming he just gets charmed. Oh, hang. Charges the Azir out of the charm. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. So, inhibitor down. Baron secured. Linfong looking for a charm, but a cleanse flash away keeps Xiaoye alive. And they can keep playing. Hun gets a charge into the wall. That's pretty significant. SQW gets to go gold. Linfong also goes gold. But the Pop Blossom timing is excellent from YCX. Heng gets out of the base gate. Will stay alive for now, but it's a triple kill already to Xiaoye, who will continue hunting for some more. They've lost 3. Their jungle and top lane has survived, but that is none of the wave cleared. Not into Baron. Of course, it was the zombie, so even he doesn't die. That's 3 times I've been called out by that this game. Golden goes YCX. Nexus falls. And we're going to game 3. Ba-dum. Well, hey folks, it's just me. Let me drop the volume down a little bit as we come out again. Man alive. I'm here. I'm still functional. It's just me today. Alex is at the LEC meetings. So it'd be me, Initialise, here to take you through the remainder of today. West Country accents out in full force. We're ready to cast some League of Legends, aren't we? Aren't we? What a wonderful April morning it is. What a wonderful morning. Everyone's packing round here. Who's that then? Farmers? Who else? Farmers' mums. What a wonderful time. Save me, says Mecha. Mecha, why would I bother roasting you? All I need to do is show you your chat log history from this last game. You roasted your own eyeballs by watching this series. Nirvana, I want to blow up my brain. Man, we're even there. Yeah, look, the unalivings happened. Y6 had great ults that game. In fairness, Y6 actually had some really good ults. Credit to him. He might actually be the MVP this game. XQW pretty good as well on the Azir. Nio had some good early game. Sassy on the Ambessa also had a few really good fights. But man, we're getting game 3. That means we're still going to be waiting on the JDG series for a little while. That will be WE versus JDG, which would be an interesting one. JDG should slam that. W made it into Ascension against what we were expecting, but hey, here we are. Oh boy. 5th-minute game 3, here we go. I mean, it feels like it, doesn't it? It might well be that. Anyway, let me do the spiel. I'm Initialise. I am Nymaera's older brother. We cast League of Legends together. I'm filling in for him today because he's at the LEC meetings. And thus it is me who will take you through these games alone. You can find me in the title. I'm at Initialise Casts. Please do come and follow me on Twitch and YouTube. It would be much appreciated to those who can. And obviously we do this by ourselves. Here in the League of Legends space. There is no LPL official stream anymore, so it's just us. So for those of you who have that ability to like, to comment, to subscribe on YouTube, to follow, makes a huge, huge deal. And if you do have that extra £5, consider throwing it here on the Twitch channel for one of those subs. If you've got an Amazon Prime, consider throwing it here. Makes a huge deal to our ability to keep playing and keep broadcasting, I suppose is the correct term, for you all. And that support means a huge, huge deal to us in our ability to keep up the grind. And as here, holy moly, XQW. Maybe it's the XQW angle. He was very good on the Azir. The biggest of birds. Bit of that. But yeah, that's your spiel. Pay us money. Starving artist spiel over. Let's have a look at these. Because this is actually a really nice gank from Nio. The shuffle into the queue straight away. Picture perfect. And the fact that SQW got away with this was wild. Oh, Hank didn't have the buckler cooldown up. The considerable commander. The significant sultan. The enormous emperor. The corpulent king. The generous general. The leader of largesse. I've got a lot of words for this, guys. I can keep going. So roughly 1600 DPM if I got the numbers right. Yeah, pretty much. Keep going. The Lord-like Lieutenant. That's just fat. It's not particularly... The humongous head honcho. Great one. Great one. The... I'm trying to find one for Tsar. What's a good one for Tsar? I need Z-words. I want one for Tsar. I'll have to come back to it. Zion. The absolute admiral. The petrified. No, petrified doesn't work. It's too negative. It's too pejorative. The pleasant private. The conquering constable. Or conquering corporal. I am anything but swole. I am a very skinny man. The bulbous bombardier. That's a good one as well. Right, who's MVP? I think probably XQW. Had a really good game. I showed this match between JDG, LGD and OMG to my therapist. Now he's in therapy. That's it. XQW. There we go. My go. This is such a big swaggery theme for the MVP. That's like probably got to be dropped an octave and a half. Do you pilk your coffee and tea? I've yet to use pilking coffee and tea. I fear for the fizzy coffee angle. There we go. Some for jungle, one for support. That's about what we were expecting. Oh, there's a bit for Sassy as well. Fair enough. Anyone but Sharia, basically. Ooh, man. Big yawn from Sam. Sharia tried his darnest to throw that. He did a bit, didn't he? Alright, we're into ads. Let's roll some of them. If you don't want to get ads, guys, subscribe on Twitch. That's just it. And we're back with game 3 shortly enough. I'm going to get refreshing my coffee as well, or I might collapse on you all. Boop.
典藏级影像体验 TCL 皇冠战马，更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。中国电竞，当然有我，有能量，当然战马。
Next, babe. Hungry for the drama, kind of prima donna. Sassy like your mama, yeah. I'm not your favorite. favorite show you watch, but touch or not. This babe gonna mess with you and keep you satisfied. Take a look at this, yeah. You know you wanna look, yeah. Make it for the love, yeah. All you want. Take a look at this, yeah. You know you wanna look, yeah. Make it for the love, yeah. I'm all you want.
folks. Oh my days, coffee took a bit to make there. We've got drafts. I apologise, guys. I'm a little bit fried this morning. And I can only apologise. I can only apologise. I'll say hello. What do we? Let's have a look at the drafts. So Linfeng onto his Yasuo. Excellent news. Excellent news. Linfeng, massive Yasuo player. Arguably his best champion. He used to smurf on it down in LBL. They were doing Diana Yasuo combos back before it was cool. Ooh dear. Don't like it anywhere near as much post lane swaps. To get shove. I don't need a spares an item, but we'll see how that rolls. Well, well, well. LGD can kite them well, I feel. Let me have a bit of a think about that one. LGD comp is kind of low range. Okay, let's see whether we agree with that in a second, because I hear your argument. But I want to have a proper think about these comps before we say anything. But while we're doing that, let me up the volume. See if we've got any Gyos for the day. Looks like we've got a quiet crowd today. So, yes, there is good kite. Between Anudir, the Lilia, Tristana Jump, Alistair, lots of move speed, fair amount of repositioning ability. Xiaoye is going to have an interesting time on the Misfortune. I'll say that. Going to be up to a number of people to make sure that happens. And of course, you've got the lilting bullet time combo. Or the bullet lullaby. Actually, I take it back. Bullet lullaby is the combo, is what we're going to call it. Because bullet time does not break sleep. So if you're caught in a lilting lullaby, Misfortune can get a full channel ult, and it is rough. And that combo's nice. You've got a decent front line there with the Udyr. But it engages Alistair and a Swell Seed, really. For OMG, yes, you're low range on the whole, Varus notwithstanding. However, your target access is pretty good. Chains of Corruption, Nature's Grasp, Rakan, whole kit with people to jump to make your job of getting in easier. Rakan, Slice and Dice, Flash, Teleport, Flank Angles. You will be able to get in, but you are going to have to commit your bodies to it. Now, if you throw that combo, and it doesn't work, things get tricky. You do have knockups in the form of, obviously, Yasuo brings his own with a Q3. But the Rakan and the Q, for the Rakan knockup on Grand Entrance, and the Bramble Smash will count as knockup as well for Yasuo. So you have got some knockups to work with. Not the biggest AoE ones. Your biggest option is your Grand Entrance. However, if you can lock XQW, if you can lock Xiaoye, if you can lock Nayo into a last breath and pop them, life is good. Because you will theoretically have a lot of ability to have some very nasty side lanes with the Yasuo and the Renekton, though I feel like Yasuo tends to not have a great time into Udyr. Actually worth noting. Because there's nothing really you get to Wind Wall. Linfeng trading out well. The second rocket jump for more damage, though, makes things a bit trickier. I think he just missed a Q there. No, he's just autoing. Apologies. There's Q3. I think to slide on through. Decides against it. Gives XQW a moment to step on forward. That's what you often do with the Yasuo, is hold your Q3 as, hang on, level 4's been hit. Swell Seed goes wide. Linfeng gets his flow passive. There's no Swell Seed available. Throws a Steel Tempest out. And Wind Walls the Swell Seed. Udyr isn't even really winning early. Yeah. Should be able to get shoved there, I would imagine. Yes, Renekton can trade well because he's quite good into melee matchups in the sense you can go forwards. Holding the wave here slightly. Waiting for Misfortune to come and pick it up. They're dropping a wave for this. And here is Xiaoye. With Harry forced to stick around and try and get this wave in. Won't. And so we'll get to reset for that call and look to clear this up. Gets the Misfortune out of the poke Varus lane as well. Yes, Misfortune normally a very strong laner, but does get outranged by Varus, and as a result, you can, if you don't get good double up angles, end up eating more damage than one would like. Grub spawning in a minute and a half, Dragon in 30 seconds, Sassy's TP bot side, Harry is there, TP's to the minion to prevent too much of a shove from Sassy. And Starry will throw down a Hail of Varus and get a Comet proc onto the Alistar. Alright, Sharia flashing on forwards. Wow, they really wanted that. Flash from Starry. Also traded. Not too much more to be seen there. 2 LDL AD carries on the call-up. Last year, of course, now proper LPL AD carries, really. They've had at least half a split, half a year or so of LPL level experience. Of course, not really delivered in the way I think they might have liked. Certainly not been, say, a Jackie Love debut. Or even a Huanfeng debut. Linfong looks to get a decent chunk. Throws out the wind wall. And there's an explosive penguin on his head. That's kind of crazy. Didn't realize penguins were explosive. I thought they were just standard flightless birds with some ability to swim. Now you're looking to go through mid lane. Nayo sounds a lot like Chi-Chi. That's kind of wild. Linfong looking for an angle. Gets the double knock up into the ult. Self does it. In comes the Buster Shot. Trying to trade this one back around. Overcomes Alistar as well. Has to flash away. Flashing now on forwards. Gets another Q3 knock up. Can't quite get the damage. As Hung just didn't find a way in. Despite Linfong doing all his own stunts, the follow-up is just not there. YCX on a solid roam meant there was going to have to be a flash. I need to see what Hang did in that one again. Because I feel like he just didn't get value. Good bust shot from XQW. Makes that one look a bit silly for Linfong in the end, despite the flashiness of it. Double knock up into the double ult. Problem is the HP bars were very low. Still going to leave to OMG being in position to take the grubs. Penguins sure aren't explosive in the NHL this year. I've not been following the Hockey League. What's going on there? Yasuo, cool combos, dies. There is some truth to that. Trista gonna be terrifying this game. Late game, yeah. There's a lot of ability to do for her to do her own stunts. Because basically LGD, if the combo from OMG leads to nothing, and they have got a very nasty combo with a lot of target access on it between Maokai and Rakan and Varus, and then the follow-up from the likes of the Yasuo, scary. But you need this Yasuo to be genuinely scary, and you need the mid-game to be good, because otherwise you are still into a Lilia, into a double AD carry. It's a lot of more consistent damage later on, with a lot more range. And this Tristana having a pretty okay time of it right now. Down a bit of CS. Has had to drop some because of the aggression from Linfong, but here we are. Season's wrapping up, and they've been eliminated before the salary floor. Ooh, Columbus Blue Jackets. Oh no. Good to see you again, Gab, by the way. And somehow, despite all the shenanigans, gold is still all but even. Save me. Yeah, I think LGD going to scale. I worry a little about this Udyr. Especially because it hasn't really got any value, but the rest of the team should be fine. And yeah, I agreed. Lilia Tristana is pretty scary. I think as long as XQW is really judicious with their rocket jumps, very hard to secure the 100 to 0 this game. Chains of Corruption, Grand Entrance, no follow-up, but the piercing arrow is still good. YCX alive, does get hit by the Nature's Grasp after his hair. He is taken very low. And everyone else just about alive. Where the hell is Linfong? He's trading with the Tristana topside. It means you've got no Yasuo here, no Tristana. YCX backing away. Harry clearly took an ugly trade, I think, from Nio burning the Lilting Lullaby. XQW's also burned his own ultimate, having to bust a shot someone, I'm imagining Linfong, from an all-in. Both of our solo laners there have their Tristana. Sorry, Tristana teleport. Xiaoye, I think needs to be really careful as the arrow comes on through. I gotta say, that looked a bit scary. The blight stacks were on. And Xiaoye could swiftly have been turned off. Panic at the lullaby, possibly. Linfong looking for an all-in. Won't press R on that one, but the rocket jump is now down. And Heng is here. XQW needs to be wary. No Buster Shot. Has flash. Q3 goes one. There's the last breath. And Tristana is eviscerated. Kill picked up by Heng. Linfong steps on forward. Clears out the wave. Unfortunately, because he dragged the bomb back to his own minions, the wave dies slightly, but it's kind of okay. Continuing to Beyblade there. Beyblade. Can you only stream LPL? As it stands, that's the only one we have rights to. But we are streaming it pretty much every day. I can also do LDL and Amir Masters. Also, something else. Let it rip, says Spirit Maker. Get knocked down, eat ground to get back up again. Basically, that's just Yasuo. But there we go. But yeah, we can't. What's something else? Oh, the ASCI Masters. Energy Star Challenge Invitationals. OMG got this one, you believe? Okay. Alright. Heng throwing down the R. In comes OMG. Linfong on the side. Has ult in 3 seconds. Can look for an angle. Doesn't have a knock-up as yet. Looking for it now. Where's the knock-up? There it is! Onto the backside. Xiaoye is deleted by the last breath. That's the combo they're looking for. Linfong gets to look for more. Flash to secure it with the Beyblade. Gets on forward. There goes a flash on forward for Nio. KO's off one more. Lilting Lullaby. Onto 4. Wonderful stuff from the jungler. But Sassy's still alive. Linfong looking to try back out XQW. Gets another hop because he got the kill with the bomb. Another knockup. Stale Tempest comes on through. Shield from that turtle stamp. But Linfong still trading. Not enough. Sassy burns him low. Wingborne Storm is there despite the combo. XQW survives. And Nio's glorious 4-man sleep sends them all into the land of Nod and an early grave. That was a wicked fight. It was messy, but that was cool. Nio, holy moly, this ult is wicked. So it starts off with a bit of a start off on the play. Linfong has his flow blown by XQW, but there's a bit of a fight for the Chains of Corruption land, and it's looking pretty ugly, because the knocker comes on through on Xiaoye, who dies, doesn't have a great opportunity to get any damage down. You're thinking, okay, this play looks really nasty, especially after Linfong picks up YCX with the Q flash to get the spin. Then, Nio, flash, 4-man, Lilting Lullaby, absolutely turns the play. Starry can't run far enough away from XQW, who gets a rocket jump into the kill to get the reset and hop away. That means he survives. It means Sassy gets to be an absolute menace. These shields are huge, huge, huge. The Iron Mantle is so annoying for Linfong to deal with at this point. Gets so many shields, so many Wingborne Storms, and XQW just gets to auto. That is an insane Lilia fight. It was close. Game remains close. However, how big LCK Challenger League? I don't think so. So basically, we have to go through. I'm not sure whether it's Kesper or LCK Korea, possibly both, to get rights to that, and they're quite difficult to get a hold of unless you're on their books. I mean, I'd be potentially down to do it at some point. It's just finding the time. But with LPL basically being every day, there's not that much space in the calendar. I'd love to do something. Lilting Lullaby's down. Linfeng's in a 1v3. And I don't think he's got anywhere really to go. Nope. He's looking at grey for a minute or two. Nice angle. Do OMG get anything elsewhere? No, they don't. Not fantastic. Not fantastic at all. They're learning how to kill Udyr. Yeah, I mean, he's got a Thorn Mail early into Poke Varus, Renekton, and Yasuo. Like, they're basically full AD with the exception of Maokai, right? Like, don't get me wrong, reminder, Yasuo's ult gives you armor penetration if you hit it. That helps. However, you are nowhere near true armor pen right now. It's the reason Yasuo never builds armor pen, for the record. You gotta play the Rune King, and that'll help. But you don't really see a Lord Doms on a Yasuo very often. Maybe later on. Especially Yasuo's critical strikes ignore 60% armor, is how that works. So you can still do quite a lot of work, but you need to land the ult. And you need to have some crit. Neither of which Yasuo really has right now. Dragon picked up by LGD. 4 grubs over to OMG, so there is that. No one's got feat of strength yet. OMG have the feat of martial mastery prick. Is Yasuo a good pick here? First time seeing him in pro play. It's not awful with the composition. I think into this draft it's not necessarily easy. It is, however, worth noting that Linfeng is a big Yasuo player. It's a specialty pick of his. And in 1v1s against the Tristana, against the Misfortune, you can still threaten. Alright, gets a big ult. Looks to keep trading. A lot of this time you're just looking to ult for trade. And in the side lane, you'll hit a point where no one really matches the Yasuo in a 1v1. So, yeah, it's not awful. It is, however, quite a high execution barrier. And you hit this point, much like with Diana Yasuo combos, where if the ult doesn't lead to a lot, life feels really bad. Harry about to get potentially jumped on there. How is Sassy down 20 CS for an accident? That's kind of sad. Anyway, gonna herald into mid lane. Starry looking to threaten Xiaoye. He's got Chains of Corruption, Swell Seed. Lands onto Moam. Won't get Lilting Lullaby. No easy more Yasuo than Yone. Yeah, Yone is a lot less comp dependent. In pro play, you really need to have a wombo combo on the whole. You sometimes see him top lane. Alisei Genax into things like Gnar, because like your wind wall breaks the boomerang, but then it's very much a counter pick thing. And you are still a very good individual lane in terms of like your ability to play out long side lanes is pretty scary at 1 to 2 items. However, there's just a lot of easier picks to play, and there's a lot less comp dependent. That said, Linfeng is a Yasuo specialist. We'll see whether he can make it work. I think at this point being 2k down kind of sucks. But hey, sometimes that happens. I wonder whether he's going to look at something like a Serpent's Fang this game. Thornmail anti-healing, getting very obnoxious. And Nayo's kind of got a cracked comp here. It's what? 4 melees for Lilia? Always feels good. ICX gets jumped on, Linfeng gonna slide away. Sweeping blade into the ult, onto the backline. Nice combo. Looking to try and blow someone up. In comes the Nature Scratch, trying to get a kill down onto Xiaoye. Can't quite do it. YCX also desperately low. Pick that one up. Renekton gets it with the Cull the Meek. Harry stepping on forwards with that Dominus running. Linfeng alive. And they back away. Looking to go on forwards now. Sassy, Wingborn Storm. Try to knock up Xiaoye. Does so. Forced to flash away as he was looking for that bullet up. And the backside goes Harry looking for that Ruthless Predator to blow up XQW. They've killed off the Tristana. Xiaoye now in danger. The knocker comes on through again. Harry with a big heal. No, I'm trying to get away. Now you're looking for that kill. Lands another blooming blow. It's a triple kill to this Lilia, who is doing wonderful work. Gets a quadra. Oh my god, it's just a straight penta. I told you it was a good Lilia angle. They did all the hard work. They get XQW. They blow Shari's flash, prevent the bullet time. But Lilia into 4 melees when she's untouched, when there's enough CC consistently from Sassy at this point of the game, is a menace. Niall is a carry jungler. We've seen the Neferi. Seeing the Lilia now, and this is just excellent. Because Linfong actually places out pretty astutely. Gets a lot of damage done, self-sets up with the last breath, but Niall gets out despite being tagged with the ultimate. But he's still not dead. Try to get the Alistair combo. He dies on the flash looking for the pulverize. And then OMG think we can play this, right? They burned a lot to make this happen. And they look to try and trade this. The bullet time is interrupted by Moam going in. Has to flash away. Watch Linfong. They've got some plays in the mid lane. They're getting kills. They're getting the turret. That's good news. The lilting lullaby is once again solid. But Nayo has been healing up with that passive. Gets another big blooming blows. Harry's now in danger. Moam's got nowhere to go. Starry caught by Sassy. This is a poke Varus trying to kill off the Lily because he can't touch this Udin. They'll get the dragon as well. And I think LGD at this point, surely you win, right? 80% win chance from here. Oh my god. This Lilia is 3k ahead individually. She's gone for the early Zonyas, which is correct into this kind of comp. Makes it a lot harder for you to get popped by the Renekton, by the Yasuo, even by this Varus. Allows you to play out some of these extended plays the way you want to. Allow you some chance to get some of your burn damage to come on through. Not going to go for the Magi. Just going to try and get that Riftmaker in for the healing, I think. Possibly more value than just the stacks, but hey, I'm a book fan. What can I say? You're seeing some good hands from Linfong, right? Some good combos. The rest of the team isn't having as fun a time. And this poke Varus into a lot of armor builders feels really miserable. Just not doing any damage. Like, I genuinely think this Varus is not going to do anything meaningful to anyone from this point, really. Maybe the Chains of Corruption onto Naya, but still can go golden. It's pretty damn tanky, and you've thrown it all out to get not that much. The bullet time, not fantastic. Why 6 attempts to burn out? Linfong going to potentially get slowed down. Doesn't get that much value. Sassy flashing on forward. The Windwall Storm on. Can look to charge on forward. We'll have an Iron Mantle and that Blazing Stampede to buy some time. Linfong into the backside dies. The ult looked fun, but it's not enough to keep anyone down. XQW, Rocket jumps forwards and gets another kill. Jungler down. Atakan's alive. You know exactly where LGD are heading. And the wind will block the Lilia. Ah, I wondered where that came from. Still, it ain't enough to stop the fight going in the way of LGD. Starry gets a mid-tier 1. That is the consolation prize, but Ruinous Atakan, plus a tier 1 top, plus the fight, plus all these blood petals. Oh boy. There goes another level pretty much for LGD. Let's have a look at the replay. So YCX initially caught out. They land the Chains of Corruption onto Nayo. And they go, okay, we can punish this. But they don't quite have that much damage. Like, look how little Starry does into this Zonyas. He's 2 levels down as well. This poke barrage just doesn't hurt. And Linfong's going to find an angle in a moment or two. Get the decent knock-up on Sassy, who's just going to Blazing Stampede away. They can't hurt him. And he finds a 3-man knock-up. But the last breath just isn't enough and still gets popped. He's just not that tanky. He's just not yet. Hang dies. Nowhere to go. And I get that you're saying, look, so much of my team is diving that we want to try and play for this burst kind of build between the Yasuo and the Varus. But again, at this point, the poke Varus is so little. There's the Magi's completed by Nayo. Zonyas, Liandry's, Magi's, and an additional Haunting, guys. I mean, oh my days. You get a Ocean Soul on top of this, on an Udyr, on a Bloodthirster Misfortune, on the resetting Tristana, on this Lilia with all the heals as well that she's going to have. This is going to be tough. Long fights were already looking bad for OMG. I think they got untenable after that. Minute until that dragon. Okay, YCX gets interrupted. Mom looking for an engage. They find the chains of corruption to the last breath onto XQW, who dies. Big moment. Member dead. Can they get anything more here? Baron's up. Can they turn 2? That I just don't think so with the health bars. Big blow to do it. Flash on Moam. 40 seconds on SQW. The problem is he'll have teleport in 10 seconds before that Ocean Soul. Cooldowns, at least at this point in the game, aren't crazy long. Atakan, Ocean Soul, and a Kiting Udi and Lilia. Yeah, that's a worry. Yeah, that is my worry. I'm glad you're on board with that one. YCX burnt ult there. Okay. Did he? Oh no. Oops. Still, last breath will be back up again. Very low cooldown this late into the game. For Linfong, not even at level 16 yet, where it gets even lower again. Not quite at an infinity edge, but I understand why he's going towards the damage. Really needs it this game. This has to be a fight for OMG. You can't give this up. It would be disastrous on a nearly unwinnable level. Tristana TP'd him. Looking to play this one out. Sassy zoning off on one side. Moan looking for that angle. There'll be a setup in the river. Moan looking for a good angle in. Doesn't have flash. Does have quickness in 5 seconds. Looking for the engage. 3-man knockup for the side of LGD. Dragon secured by Heng. It's a big moment. Bullet taps on Fantasy SQW in the pit. Gets taken out by the arrow. Sassy's in danger. Shoots damage back as they manage to pick up Sun. Lilia still trying to play this one out by Nayo, but goes golden for a second or two. Linfong with the shields. Flash away from Nayo. Shayo trying to stay alive. Misses the swell seed. HP bars desperately low on both sides. Nayo can look to blooming blows people down. They don't know where people are in the tri-brush. Moam doesn't find the grand entrance. The double up, sorry, comes on. And they'll be going double time some more. The swell seed lands onto Linfong. He's burning out, tries to get a heal, misses the Q3. And that'll be a blooming blows that brings him down. Nayo in these extended plays is a kingmaker. 8-1 and 8, 18 stacks on the Medjais. This deer is looking pretty damn terrifying. None of you believe me. None, says Amber. Oh, there you go. People not voted for it. The fools. Let's have a look at it, because it was looking almost pretty good for a second or two here from OMG. They steal the dragon. They get an initial kill. They're going to pop XQW as well, so the Tristana dies. Flash on over from Starry to secure that with a piercing arrow. Sassy falls after 5v3. This is great. And Xiaoya flashes that Q. Gets that kill. And Nayo survives, is not knocked up by Moam, who shorts the grand entrance. And then they split. Moam misses another grand entrance. And Xiaoya and Nayo are just so scary when they get to run at you like that. The move speed from a strut. Everything Lilia has going with the Q stacks, with Medjais. Towards Baron we go. Oh, LGD, you had a bad last fight. Realistically, 5 for 3 is not what? 4 for 3, not fantastic in the grand scheme of things. Baron should be theirs. No real way to come and contest it without a flash. Heng being kept out of the pit. Baron now secure. What about the fight after? The Chains of Corruption. Jumped away from by XQW. Moam to the backside. Is delaying some of that reset. It's a good bullet time angle. We'll get a lot of damage down. Nayo just some damage into the backside. Go Linfong and OMG. They do get a couple back, but the rest of the fight's still tricky. The individual burst is all right. But the extended plays, the misfortune, the Lily is still terrifying. Linfong survives, the rest of the team does not. And this Yasuo is trying. And you do finally bring down the deer. She loses some stacks, but she's still above 10. And you still lost 4 members. For Baron. That is rough. The shutdown will have come on through, and Yasuo getting back would get him an Infinity Edge. He wasn't able to reset normally. So I had to walk back to base. This will be a buy on the Infinity Edge, you imagine, the moment he touches Fountain. There it is. Inhibitor down, though. Double AD carries. Now onto the second inhibitor turret. Ult available for Linfong. They won't be able to stick around for that inhibitor itself. Here's the Baron play. YCX goes in, headbutts people to prevent any easy interest, and that Chains of Corruption lands onto Nayo. Means the knockup comes on through, into the last breath. Nayo goes golden, but isn't doing all that much for the first time in a long time. Linfeng just about survives the bullet time. And Harry goes on in, finally brings down the Lillian. I apologize, it was him who picked up the Lillian kill, not the side of Linfeng. But the rest of the play still isn't enough. And SQW hopping away from the Chains of Corruption. He wasn't doing as much damage as he might want to do, but did survive. It was a good Chains of Corruption. The problem is, even if you kill the Lily, you've still got to deal with these double-fed AD carries. Bullet time comes on through, is interrupted. Linfeng will try and blow him up. Does so. Does a lot of damage. Now, YCX in danger. About to fall as well. LGD going to give up multiple members. Lilting Lullaby comes on down. YCX still likely to fall. Here comes the rest of the squad, though. LGD looking to defend. Linfeng gets popped by an O-crit from Tristana. Buster shot away from Harry. Hung trying to buy some time. Rocket jumping away. Moen can't find the knockup. As Nayo, untouched, will get your blooming blow and watch out. Epa's way through a team fight. How many more swirl seeds does he have? Lands another. The burn comes on through. GA is popped by Harry as he's going to surely die. Flashed away from Hang with the phase rush running. Nayo alone against 3 and Starry gets another. They fail the tower dive and LGD lose everyone, but XQW teleported away to get another inhibitor. So they still end up getting some structural damage, but the Baron is thwarted somewhat by OMG. The Infinity Edge is in for the Yasuo and suddenly he does damage. I'm tired, says Mecha Fanboy. Yes, Mecha. Yes, we are. Going towards Warden's Mail last. That'll be a Randuin, you imagine. So let's have a look at this one. I'm assuming Xiaoye turns around and tries to bullet time in the face of Starry. Nearly one-shot him, in fairness, but died to do so. YCX now left at no HP, and the Nature's Grasp means that XUW and Sassy kind of dither about joining this fight or not. Linfeng gets another. And we head on over to the Dragon. This would be Soul for LGD. Harry, really, really low. Bullet time. Hurts a lot. Root comes on through, but it's not an interrupt on Xiaoye, who will cleanse. And over towards the Dragon we go, as Heng is not there. And they kind of had to leave with no HP, but neither is Nayo for that matter. Pharaoh's not going to try and steal with the Q. So this will be Ocean Soul. Which you already said would be problematic for OMG. That's a Khan Ocean Soul as well. That's some serious buffing. So, we go back to the scene of the crime. 3 items for this Yasuo. He's gone towards a Mortal Reminder. 4.5 for Starry, who is now at 8 and 4. His Poke Pharaoh now legitimately can deal with people. Knock up. Linfeng follows the rocket jump, trying to get the kill. Swirl Seed is, Lilting Lullaby is blocked by the Wind Wall. They kill off the Yasuo, though, who couldn't finish the job. Starry can't survive either. And Yasuo tried to pull a miracle play out. And it's just not enough. The heroics, the Herculean effort isn't there. This dear 11, 3, and 13 pentakill early into the game will ensure that LGD close out the series 3-0. Let's be real, that first game should have been theirs as well. Welcome one and all to the LPL. Nirvana Group is Nirvana-ing. It's Valley League of Legends, folks. We're down in the mud scrapping it out. We saw a Yasuo game. We saw a Lilia get a Penta. That's still pretty good fun. It was, however, very silly. That was a deeply unserious series. LGD are the winners, though. Good for them. For the side of OMG, still got some questions, don't we? What is going on in some of these mid games? Cost themselves a lot. That draft was a bit awkward in some ways. Could there have been a Gragas somewhere in there? A bit more AP somehow. Heng, I'm not sold by right now. YCX. There's been a few good engaged plays, but often dies to do it. And Harry. It's not happening, is it? Not right now. A lot of questions to ask. What do you want? LPL is LPL. Yeah, it is. Not gonna lie, I was ready for the throw, lol. Curly, kinda me too. That tier 2 play was a bit ugly. And there's always a world late on when you've got double AD carries where Yasuo just blows you up. That Tristana getting caught mid-jump, for example, I went, oh god. Linfeng still died. So hey, Buster shot it back into the team. It's kind of over. I think it will be... It's got to be Nayo as the MVP, right? Surely. But anyway, hello, I'm Initialise. This is Nymaera's channel. You might be on Twitch, you might be on YouTube, you might be on Anivia's YouTube as well. I see you over there, Gab. Been a pleasure talking to you all there. We've got 3 chats open at once. I am Nymaera's older brother. We cast together. I'm the play-by-play. He's the color caster normally. Though we tend to flex a little because we can. And yeah, we've been casting together for 5 years. He's at LEC meetings today, so alas, it is just me. After my German lessons, coming on in. Secure the stream from the invasion of chat. We've gone very northern on this one. Huge tracts of chat. Lion Man, I'm the CEO of Pilk. Oh god, it's in Anivia's chat too, hell yeah. Do you think WE has any chance of JDG? Honestly, no. I think WE improved enough to get to Ascension Group, and that is where that journey ends. They might make middle of the pack, I doubt it. JDG look like one of the top 5 teams in the league. There's some issues to work out, but they've been pretty good. Not always consistent, and they're quite reliant on good mid game. And if the game plan falls apart, they look a bit lost. But they are actually very good, which I can't really say about WE. And good to see you again, Lion Man. Missed you. But yes, all of this is to say. Yep. Linfeng tried a bit. Starry hit some decent poke. But yeah. That's an experience for the family. It's playing mostly like the series. They better get and they get better as a team. JDG can make top 3. I think that's fair. I think Pays are missing. Are people I've got my eyes on for obvious reasons. They have been pretty up and down. I think Pays, when he's been on, he's been very consistent. I think sometimes we've seen him overthrow a little bit. Thank you for the follow there, Kariki. And yeah, last little bit of housekeeping here. Please do give a follow to the Twitch and the YouTubes. Please do come and say hey, drop a comment, drop a like. If you see good clips, please clip them and send an O's to us. It really means a huge deal. So you do find good clips, I appreciate it. Makes a huge difference to our ability to continue to do this. If you've got an Amazon Prime, you get a free sub with that. Consider dropping it here. Help support starving casters, because there is no official broadcast, so this is effectively our job to do it every day of the week. So for those of you who can contribute to the cause, consider it a ticket to a gig, or a museum, or something else with some arty influence. But you get like a month's access. That's quite cool. You don't even need to pay. It's like a discretionary fee, but you can get it for free. You need to get that pronunciation correct. And cute emotes. There are in fact some amazing emotes. It's very true. You can consider doing it to my channel too, at Initialise Casts. I'm in the title. You could sub in 2 places at once. You could support me specifically. I'm a pretty wonderful dude. It's a pleasure to have you all over there, if we can. We need to have a food team. Nayo, Tang Yuan. Yeah. What does Nayo mean, actually, 1,000 Kites? You can get Pilky Gaming, it's true. Nayo actually means cream. Oh, fabulous. Cream at home. That's hilarious. We need an initialized name tag thing for when Alex spoke with Sam. It's true. Apparently there might actually be one that Chris sent over to Alex. I need my name on here somewhere. It'd be nice. And initialized, just in the corner, like. There. It's a little diagonal corner. Here's our MVP. I'm imagining it's Nayo. There's no way around. The cream of the crop. Plus 5k. A lot of damage. A lot of kill participation. Got a pentakill. Could it really have been anyone else? Right. We're going to run some ads. And get ready for our next series. I need to change the volume as well, actually, while I'm thinking about it. Oh. Gets the burn, the Q comes on through. Basically the Q step. Basically it was a lot of melees into Lilia. Oh, that burn. Scout vs Q for 1v1. Ooh, fun. Yeah, the cast call him Cream Shao. Cream Shao Nayo, which is like little cream. That's fun. Cream Shao Nayo, I see it. Oh, the cast called Cream Shao Nayo. I see little cream. I feel like Cream was here before Nayo. That's a little bit rude. Poor Nayo. Oh, poor Cream. There's the MVPs. No real contest.
好的，欢迎来到我们的赛后采访环节，我是主持人小雨。恭喜 LGD 拿下了本场比赛的胜利。在赛后，我们也请到了
Right, there's the interview. I'll leave that one to you guys.
好的，欢迎奶油啊！其实这也是拿下了老干爹组内赛的第一场胜利，同时也是你加入老干爹之后的第一场胜利嘛。先来分享一下感受吧。
感受还是挺不错的，然后拿下了开门红吧。
也是重回到我们的 LPL 赛场，目前自己的一个手感，包括和队伍的磨合怎么样？因为我刚刚也问到你嘛，其实才1周左右的时间，很短。
在队内磨合还是很不错的，手感也挺好的。
第一局对你们来说其实是一场非常可惜的小局，在大优势被翻盘了嘛，所以在结束之后，教练有给你们做一些怎样的调整和复盘呢？
就不要去管队友的失误吧，然后打好自己的就好了。
今天野区的博弈还是非常多的，第2局的时候1级就开始了野区博弈，所以2位打野的一个思路或者说路线看起来都有点小乱乱的。这种时候作为打野选手的话，你是如何去调整，重新去安排自己的思路？
就1级放眼看到他进来了，然后我就去跟他拉扯，然后看到双人路也来了，然后我就让下路去推线嘛，给个 F6无所谓。后面就我们下路有线了，我就可以进到野区。
第3局的话，我感觉有点像奶油的个人秀的感觉了，是发挥非常好的一个莉莉娅。当时其实还有很多的我们常见的功能性的英雄在外面，但你完全没有考虑，一选直接锁下了莉莉娅，这么有自信吗？对这个英雄？
自信。
很有自信，但是之前在 RA 的时候，你可能选到猪啊、大树这种英雄会比较多一些，所以你的个人风格还是比较偏向于这种进攻性的打野吗？
对，进攻性的打野比较适合我。
比较适合你啊！今天也发挥出来了，给我们看到了。那这一局有很多的美团，有很多波都是自己先减员的情况，然后只剩下了2到3个人，但是后续靠团战的操作赢了下来嘛。所以可以跟我们说一下第3局的一个团战思路吗？
就我们分散战吧，然后他们控制技能交完了，然后就看我们核心的个人操作吧。
C 位也比较多，如果被秒掉一个的情况的话，另外的人也可以跟上输出。最后一个问题，其实，在很多比赛里面，我们都看到老干爹，不管在资源争夺的团战，还是在线上的碰撞力上面，其实都是有一战之力的。很多时候的比赛都很可惜，所以奶油在加入老干爹之后，希望给大家展现出一个怎样的不一样的老干爹呢？
充满活力的老干爹。
好的，那我们也期待你们后续的比赛。感谢奶油来到我们赛后采访的环节，接下来让我们看一段精彩的 Spotlight。
慢点，集中，兄弟，一波，慢点，一直没一，就让 AD 保 AD 没事，点他啊，一没一，打没打 ，AD 没事，点他，看我，啷个，A 他，点他 ，nice，别退，nice，下巴好打，上来打人，来压位置，波平没大，慢慢 poke 他们就行，上路推不了太多，来中，没事 poke 他们就好了，poke 他们，怎么压他们？小心他们那个中线开起来了，中线到了，3，别急，看飞机吗？有重量吗？看一下，看飞机吧，飞机会死，压到狐狸了，一波，nice，上路一波，尸体，拔下线，没事。可以冲到他们顶端了，我觉得可以越塔呀，找机会。可以，没问题。可以，牛头可以顶的。OK， 看一下我10秒到，来看这边，看亚索被点，别急，亚索死了。看这边，稍微慢点。看国兵，随便。下路一波，来，别打吧。啊，攻一波，快2个人。
Hello, folks. I ain't changed the title, innit? 1 second. Hello.
Sugar-coated like I'm harder than you think, I'll break your bite. So bold, so cheeky, sassy, I'm here to push your little buttons cause I kinda like you. I'm like your favorite show you watch but touch you not I know you want it more cause I'll keep you satisfied. Take a look at this, yeah. You know you wanna look, yeah. Make it for the love, yeah. You want. Take a look at this, yeah. You know you wanna look, yeah. Make it for the love, yeah. You want. Take a look at this, yeah. You know you wanna look, yeah. Make it for the love, yeah.
Oh, there's been some drama in the Valorant scene with people being a bit. We've got a team from Challengers France getting kicked for some action. JDG or WE? I think JDG are likely favoured here pretty heavily. Get hydrated. Yeah, I have to go do that. I'm gonna get myself some water. And a compliment for Vasu. Vasu. How's the summer work? I'm gonna eat so much ham. Wow. Excellent news. Compliment for Vasu. Let's think. Vasu. I have never seen a cleaner user of Twisted Fate's Destiny ever. What a go. Messiah wishes he could press the R key as well as you could. They would have named it the Vasu if you'd been around in Season 2. He's just the GOAT. The rest of the world don't know it yet. Alrighty then. I will go heat up some food. Westall played it a lot. Yeah, again, he's not. Who's Westall really? He was a Fizz ZTF player. What a weirdo. What a weirdo. Also, the floofiest hair in the West. Also true. Vasu has exceptionally floofy hair. It's excellent. I will return shortly, but I'm going to heat up some food so I actually eat, which would be good for me. I had to get some water as well because I've been told to get hydrated, which is also probably very sensible. I shall return in short order.
各位好，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是泱泱。我们邀请到了 W1 的中单选手 Caris， 你好，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
你好，W1 中单 Caris。
欢迎 Caris，Welcome。相信大家对于你们登峰晋升赛最后一日的表现还是历历在目哈，连赢2场 BO3，拿到了登峰组最后一张入场券。但是来到了登峰组之后呢，赛程无疑会更加的激烈，所以在休息的这几天当中，你们有没有做哪些调整或者赛前准备呢？
등봉 질주전 우리가 마지막 경기에서 2연속 BO3로 승리를 거두고 등봉조 마지막 티켓을 가졌는데 이제 여기 등봉조의 이제 경쟁이 더 치열해지잖아. 거기서 이제 휴식 기간 동안 어떤 것을 준비했는지.
일단 휴식 기간이 길진 않아서 엄청 많이 준비하진 않았지만 이번에 비어산으로 피어리스 경기를 하다 보니까 챔피언이 중요하다고 생각해서 각자 챔피언 풀을 연습하는 것을 목표로 했던 것 같고 이번 경기 때 단점들을 많이 보완하는 쪽으로 연습을 했던 것 같습니다.
这次到了小组组内赛的话 ，BO3 双边全局比赛，然后把英雄池方面加强一下，然后 在比赛过程中自己不足的地方都调整一下。
那就期待你们稍后的调整和表现哈。同时，在上次比赛当中 ，Harris 表现也非常的亮眼和惊艳。你的塞拉斯登上了当日赛事集锦的 Top 1和 Top 2，包括也拿下了那场比赛的 MVP。但是呢，在赛后的采访，包括 Harris 自己的社交媒体分享说，好像对于当天自己的表现并不是100%的满意。那在今天 ，Harris 希望达到什么样的一个竞技状态？做好哪些点可以更好的去迎接比赛呢？
지난 경기에서 당신이 사이러스는 그 top 1이나 top 4 올라왔는데 그러면서 MVP를 차지했는데 이제 카리스 선수와 인터뷰와 SNS에서 자신이 경기력이 100%로 만족하지 못했다며 세부적인 부분과 개선이 필요하다고 언급했는데 오늘 경기에서 어떤 부분을 중점으로 개선하고 어떤 경기 상태를 보여주고 싶나요?
지난 경기 때 중후반 운영이나 사이드 저의 움직임 같은 경우가 좀 안 좋았던 경우가 한 번씩 있어서 그런 부분들을 최대한 보완하고 고치고 싶고 오늘 같은 경우는 팬분들이 보기에도 재밌고 저희가 플레이하는 저희조차도 좀 후회 없고 재밌는 그런 경기를 보여드리고 싶은 게 오늘 목표인 것 같아요.
就区队内的运营，还有自己的团战位置这种方面的话，对自己的不足，然后加强这方面。然后今天的比赛的话，让看的粉丝们还有自己就是打出那种没有后悔的那种比赛吧。
好的，那就谢谢 Caris， 也谢谢范英老师，期待你们在今天比赛的精彩表现。我们稍后见。各位好，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是主持人泱泱。我们邀请到的是北京 JDG 的打野选手勋，勋你好，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 JDG 打野勋。
那上场比赛呢，你们完成的非常漂亮啊，登峰组首战告捷，其中一把你的魏还拿下了 MVP 嘛？那你觉得目前队伍包括自己现在的竞技状态怎么样呢？
队伍的话，就是其实大家都在往好的方面提升吧，然后我自己竞技状态也在逐渐变好。
那上场比赛虽然说还是顺利拿下哈2-0，但是呢，第一把前中期或多或少还是让 JDG 的粉丝为你们捏了一把汗的。那你觉得基于当时的一个比赛内容，京东可以多做调整在哪些方面，从而更进一步呢？
因为其实第一盘在中期可能是有些决策做得不太好吧。 然后导致打得会比较焦灼。之后的提升的话，我觉得就是大家对资源的规划和一些打团上的交流要做得更好。
好的，那就期待你们今天比赛的精彩表现，我们稍后见。英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，本场比赛是在坚定你所相信的北京 JDG 主场进行。有请双方对战阵内。
Let's go say hello to our teams.
首先欢迎西安 Team WE， 上单 Cube， 打野 Monkey， 中单 Caris， 下路 Taeyun， 辅助 Vampire。
There comes WE. Number of members we've had on our fraud wall, Vampire, foremost amongst them, has moved up a little bit there.
中单 Scout， 下路 Pace， 辅助 Missing。 LPL 第2赛段组内赛第2周第3日的第2场比赛，由
The LPL host always look so pretty. Yeah, they often do. They've got phenomenal outfits out there.
进巅峰。
All Yep, we are in Beijing. JDG's home arena. And JDG, not quite at their 2023 levels of dominance, it has to be said, but with a solid-looking team, could well be pushing for Worlds at the very least here. We'll see where they all end up developing. Some questions about missing. A lot of pressure on the likes of Pays. Scout there on screen. JD Scout is best. I see you in chat. In the last year's system we've been done through game 2 right now? Possibly. So, Cube versus Scout, as we heard. Corky off the table, Gwen off the table. A lot of the specialties here. Are we getting a Varus v Varus 1v1? Oh, we are. It's an archer off. This will be an interesting one to track. For sure. Will two players ever agree on doing a Mondo mirror match? Maybe one day. Saw Rookie try the Z the other day. Onto the rift we go. Well, the bridge. Get ourselves prepared. Have we even got matching skins? No, we don't. We got Arctic Ops versus Darkstar. Cube spotted. And so the initial piercing arrow goes the way of Scout, who lands his E afterwards. Traded back by Cube. Lands his own Q. So 2 for 2 on skill shots. Auto advantage there. Zoned off the wave a bit there. Is Cube. Not actually getting that many of these minions right now. That's rough. Scout, so far, playing this lane out pretty well. Level 4, looks to punish. Piercing arrows come on through with the blighted quiver stacks, and Scout is on top of that right now. How long until the healing shrine? Can't be long. Misses that Q. Zones him away from being able to get access to that shrine though as it's about to spawn. You know the Scout's going to be looking for that. Hail of arrows just shy. Scout spacing well. Where's that Q going to land? Lands. Onto Scout. Hail of arrows back. Does land into the Q as well. Oh, that's rough. He's a Q off death. Needs to reset. Scout's accuracy so far proving lethal. Have to steal this healing shrine. Won't look to interrupt the back. He's going to try and leave this. Steal this as late as he can. Recall. Leave the minions to do some work here. That's a lot of minions lost. Oh my days. 23 CS to 10. That reset is just way worse, isn't it? Pickaxe versus a longsword and an extra dagger. Maybe the attack speed will matter. I don't think it will. Chains of Corruption lands. Scout got the level 6 first. Barrier comes on through. Can look to trade with his own barrier here. Flash now burned from Cube as well. Looks to turn this around. Doesn't quite have the level 6. How far off is he? Scout still has that flash. Heals himself up the shrine. We'll wait for the wave to come on into him. Cube now has level 6. Good WQ there from Scout. Piercing arrow empowered by that blighted quiver. Doing a lot of work. Look for that. Last couple of orders. Misses a couple of CS there. Worth noting. Gets the cannon though. And the hail of arrows. It's a big wave crashing in. Wants to clear this out pretty ASAP. Because that minion discrepancy could prove very challenging. Chains of Corruption flashed away from now. Cube's in danger. Level 7 comes on through. And Scout lands the Q. When looking for the Chains of Corruption. And Scout held that flash. Flash advantage comes on through. Scout now with the kill advantage. He needs another to win the 1v1. That'll we get to the Ring of Fire. Becomes first kill then that will win the series. Empowered recall after the kill. I'm going to look for a plate instead. Should get it. Try and clear out some of these minions. Needs to be a bit wary here. Backs away. Cube can't afford to let these minions die to tower. Scout now up. Healthy amount of CS plus the gold. That is 2k advantage. Blade of the Ruin King done for Scout. Oh dear. This is all but one for Scout. He just needs not to fumble it. He's 2 levels up. Will Cube get to level 8 off this wave? Gotta hope. There you go. With a reset and a kill, difference is tough for Cube. It's hit by the Q. Gets the heal off the healing shrine at least. Misses his own Q. Scout now with this full Blade of the Ruin King. Well, quite a lot. Chains of Corruption nearly up. Full Cube. Scout already has his. Doesn't miss that cannon. Is Cube going to be denied another cannon? Q lands. Man. 2 level discrepancy again. Level 9 will be hit off this wave, assuming Cube can get to the minions. Is Alex still at the LEC meetings? Yes, he is. Plate's now under threat. Misses that Cube. Shorts it a little when looking. Needs to be aware of Cube's ability to trade back now. Can't play for the plate. That'll be reset, I'm assuming. Full Blade of the Ruin King. Interrupts that reset. Now with the wave going to get cleared, this will be a lot of plates to Scout. In fact, can he rush for turret? He might be able to. There's level 11. Forced away. Gets another plate. Cube once again going to try and reset. Scout trying to interrupt this one. Hail of Arrows still up and available. Won't burn it quite yet. Could look for a potential turret kill here. Cube once again going to be denied that reset. There's the healing shrine stolen. Hail of Arrows into the Chains of Corruption. Chains of Corruption and trade miss. That means there's so much damage still to go. Scout still has a barrier to work with. Yet to pop it. Barriers it. Blade of the Ruin King still completes. This will be a fair amount of healing off this wave. Ults and barriers traded, but again, it's Cube who needs to reset, has yet to. Another kill, another set of waves going to be dropped here. Scout's going to try and play for another plate. Can he play for the whole damn turret? He might be able to, you know. He's got boots, but I don't think Cube's going to be here in time. Just keep autoing, man. Cube through the wave, trying to get the kills with the attack speed. Can just kill it down, flashes the arrow, and Scout wins the 1v1 of the turret kill. It is a masterclass from the mid laner of JDG. He's locked in today. Monty's, why'd you fall asleep? That's a mistake. Oh, welcome back, folks. Going to be getting into game shortly. That means I'm going to have to run some ads before we get to draft. So bear with us, Twitch viewers. If you want to avoid the ads, subscribe. We get ready to go into draft for this game. JDG earn themselves side select. Okay. Alex has LEC stuff. Yes, he does. Solo cast today, indeed it is. Alex must leave to deal with LEC, regards. And so it is just me. To draft we go, and away goes my camera. Cool as this music is, we probably ought to drop it just a bit. I do love this music though, it's very cool. In a surprise to no one, JDG on blue side. As a result of winning the side select, Aurora, Neferi, Varus off the table. Skarner and Kalista. Pays is a big Kalista player, of course. Where are we locking in next? Gwen, Rumble, both up. You wanting to trade them? Certainly an option. Vi might be a ban. They go towards the Sejuani to prevent that answer. Double tank initiators for Shun. Shun is a player who does want to play with pace. Not necessarily take tempo, because part of his issue is he doesn't always play with the tempo. He plays to cheat it. Gets in trouble from it. Are they locking in both? That's going to be a Gwungle. That or the Rumble's getting flexed somewhere like mid lane, but okay, WE. We've been promised some Gwen jungle. It's been hearing about lurking around. The Gwungle is in. I don't think JDG were expecting that. They can lock in the Jace. Arla plays it, Scout plays it. Ari's a good pairing with the Vi. Mobile as well, so theoretically ways to get out from those Gwen Rumble combos. Hey, Ball, good to see you. Hey, Kuru. One of the WE players looks like Hans Summer. We'll keep our eyes out for it. Kennen, maybe. Bit of an Arla special. He and 369 have been the two big players. Well, Sheer. 369 have been our cannon players. Is that just going to give over the Jace? Karis will put a fair amount of time into that Corki. I imagine then Taeyun's looking at something like this is here. Is JDG the lower group? Nope, they are in the upper group. WE made it to the upper group, my friends. Somehow, some way. JDG, let's go scout and pays. Alright, Dongle, good to see you again. Rakan is banned. Has WWE vs JDG started? You are in the draft for the first game, my friends. So, not really. You are here just in time. This is game 1. We've just played site. We've just played the 1v1. Does seem to be a lot of those mobile engaged support options being taken off. I wonder whether a Rel might be a pickup here for WE. It's a good pairing with the Corki. Banning the Kaiser as a dive option. Ban the Rakan to make the Zyra a lot harder. Taeyun's a big Ezreal player as well, so it might just be a 4th pick Ezreal. Takes that away from Paige as well, who is a phenomenal Ezreal player in his own right. Last ban. Might be a trade of the Alistar and the Rel, so they're going to get rid of the Ezreal themselves. Taeyun would have looked for that. Jhin, now a consideration. Can stay safe and stay a long way away. Can follow up then on the Rumble and Gwen plays a bit easy. Would then flex that Corki mid, which was always an opportunity. Could still look to put that Corki bot, but something else in the mid lane. But with the Jhin locked in, that confirms it. Misfortune, now a consideration for Paige. You've already got the Slicing Maelstrom. You've already if you add in the bullet time as well, plus say a Rel. Your wombo combo in that team fight is nasty. Ari Vi's initial pick into the follow-up. Be pretty brutal. No real tank for WE. People who build pseudo bruiser, right? Between the options for Rift Makers on the Gwen and the Rumble. A lot of people will not enjoy or survive that combo. Alistar for frontline. You are lacking some actual tanks, so Alistar would make some sense. But I think Rel is probably the better aggressive option. Vampire Gaming versus the Coughing Baby. I see I've got a Vampire fan in chat. Ari is a boy. Continuing to troll Alex. That negative CC topside coming out from WE. They've got the Nautilus and the Jhin for setup. Equalizer and Needlework for extensive slows. But yeah, it's going to be a lot of damage. A lot of damage. But not a huge amount of setup. JDG, between the Vi, the Ari, the Alistar, Cannon to an extent as well, got a lot more pick, and the follow-up wombo is good. The team fight from JDG is brutal. I need to see JDG, so WE, make this low CC comp work, because the thing is, if they can get big ults, oh my days, it'll be pretty brutal. Especially if the wombo from JDG doesn't work, and the turnaround equalize and... yeah, we've not got any gameplay yet. This will be our first game coming on in. Is Karis Korean? Yes, he is, I believe, as is Taeyun. Getting ready to lock in for our first game of this series. Yo, Glitchy. Just a quick heads up. We have no problem with you asking questions about games or asking questions about gameplay in the Twitch chat. But just because we've had some issues with people being very salty around betting stuff, we ask you to keep it gameplay related and not too focused on bets, which don't mention betting stuff in general, if that's possible, in the Twitch chat. Don't worry about it. Again, you can ask questions about the game. Don't worry about that. Let the gyros speak before I keep chatting, eh? Let me up the volume while we're at it. But yeah, it's not anything personal, Glitchy. Don't stress. Feel free to come hang out and feel free to ask questions. We really have no issue with that. Happy to teach people the game and what's going on. Lock-in cube. Hell yeah. He's in a potentially good position. But we'll see. Got the Rumble and the Gwen. The two premier AP alleged top laners. But Monkey is a Graves player, I remind people. At his best. Also a pretty good Wukong player. Likes his scaling, farming carries. Been getting pretty solid Lilia. Had a great Skarner game against Arn on EDG to really get them all the way up here to the Ascension group. But for my money, Gwen in the jungle is pretty Graves-like. Low CC, big ticket ultimate, farms very fast. Even got that E auto cancel on the dash. Passive stacking as well. So if you want a kind of equivalent, something like Graves jungle. Of course, your W plays very differently. More defensive, slightly less offensive. That's often been my line when it comes to Gwen jungle. Well, we'll want to try and mess with Shun as much as you can, out-farm it. Abuse that Ghost and the Needlework to really run at people and bring them down. Especially if they overdive with this Ahri. Your ability to turn around can be pretty rough. Against the Ghost, against the Needlework, Ahri can sometimes struggle, even with the ult, to get enough distance unless there's walls in the way. Let's go, my boy Pays. He's going to try. On his Misfortune. Played a fair amount of it on his standard choice of the Broken Covenant Prestige skin. With the most immaculate flares in game. Monkey. Gonna do Wolves, Gromp, and then Blue to try and keep that buff up as long as possible. On a good clip here to clear. Gwen is a fast clearer. When she's given the opportunity. Outside the Jhin and the Nautilus, out shoving the Alistar. Can sometimes be the way because Alistar at level 1 has very little agency. Scout. Gonna spot out Monkey. Wall put down by Monkey as Scout. In danger himself, eats a Foss Bomb. So both mid laners end up trading fairly heavily there. Still the additional pop for Scout as Shun now looking at a potential angle here. Shun already cleared up that Scuttlecrab. Actually, he's left the Scuttlecrab alone. I apologize. Skipped starting out to see whether there was an angle in mid lane. Wasn't really, so decides against it. On paper, there should be a pretty clean JDG 2-0. We have seen some flaws in JDG. Missing, being very hit or miss. Shun, very hit or miss. Monkey, going to stick around for the respawn of his Raptors. We look for the Krugs just after. See whether it wants to go for a full clear again. Kara stepping on forwards. Foss bomb down. Gets a couple autos out. Both the mid laners have gone for that early reset. Tyr in for the Corki. Scout, Blasting Wand. Suggests we'll be getting the rower build again, which has been pretty much everywhere we care to look. Arla eating some damage from this Rumble. It's been one of the issues for a long time, as it feels like there is just nothing that can be done against Rumble in lane. Gwen was something of an answer, and Gwen might be just used against you as well. If you can't deal with one in lane, how about both? Flashing away, and an E snip snip secures a kill over for this Gwen. Nice gank. Arla very swiftly punished, cannot escape. Nice dive in from WE early on. I've been on a pretty upward trajectory to make it all the way here to Ascension. Shun will trade out for a Dragon. Karis though, could have come on over. Spots this out. Don't think there's going to be too much more here. Can they look for a fight on the way out, though? Debating, looking for something a little more here. Missing, eats a big chunk. Foss bomb lands as well. So JDG will have to reset off this on the bot side. May drop a wave or so here, depending on how much Taeyun can do. Karis, though, for going over to make that trade. Drop a few minions and reset himself. Oh, bit of an engage happening onto Cube before they get for needing to respond to a message. Missing, flashes on forward, gets a trample stone into the vault. Breaker means this Rumble will likely die, but here comes the rest of the squad. Flash on forward for the Dread side. Now Missing's in danger. Can they look for anything more? Here comes Scout, ulting up the river. Flash for the Q into the cease and desist. Slicing Maelstrom after brings down the Gwen. Wonderful pickup. And they make it 2 for 2 in the end as Shun was traded. Karis managed to get a big old Foss bomb down. Even trade topside, but that's still the feats of strength in terms of that mark of martial mastery. So, they get the initial pick. And then JDG say, we can turn this. Shun's coming on up. Alt forwards, flash for the Q, into the cease and desist. The damage looks great, but then this Foss bomb angle after just enough with the Gatling gun to bring Shun down as well. Still ends up being a 2 for 2, which is nice enough. And it's not the clean pick the WE were hoping for. However, JDG do at least strike back. Monkey gets a hold of the grubs and we're going to skip across the wall to finish clearing up. Picks up the red buff and probably Crux, and then reset to head towards bot lane would be my assumption. Vampire clearing up some wards. I'll be with you guys again in a second. I just had a quick message to respond to, and sometimes that happens in the background, especially when you're solo casting. Can't get someone to take over for you for a second. The game as it stands, pretty even. W with a solid early gold lead, and Monkey in a pretty good spot on this Gwen. Dropped a camp or so to make some of these plays happen, but right now, they're in a decent spot. Grubs for Dragon Trade, but JDG still in touching distance, still pretty scary. You've got a stack on that Dark Seal already, so Ari kind of gotten involved in the game, and that's good news. Karis, though, with 2 kills of his own, and is keeping up pretty well. And that is good news here. As kind of expected for the jungle as well, you do tend to rush Nashes on the Gwen in the jungle. Helps with your clear. Not as as you don't require things like the Riftmaker. Don't require things like the Riftmaker, that's the way to phrase that. That's right, as much as you do in lane. Get enough healing off jungle camps to be okay with that. Pays, eats some damage, turnaround comes on through. sus, says Grumpy Zero. Bit of that. Dragon's up. Started by Monkey. Let's break that trade a little bit. Vi over the wall. Going to be chased away by Monkey as Vampire now in a spot of bottom edges. The bullet time comes on through, but the Hallowed Mist denies most of it. Alongside that Unbreakable Will. Vampire now has that timeout though. And what like a good deny of the bullet time doesn't get them out to safety. And Missing holds his nerve. Of course, it's a depth charge. Vampire thought was the Alistair for a second there. Oops, but then will die. Look nice for a second or two. But there isn't enough follow-up. There isn't enough safety. Jin and Corki pinned under their turrets. There's no way to keep that Gwen and Nautilus alive. So they see the play on in here, and Monkey gets a decent combo with the Hallowed Mist, gets the exhaust comes on down, but the turnaround CC is way too much. That's a really good job from Missing to hold that Pulverize until after the Hallowed Mist comes down. Means Monkey just doesn't get enough chance to do that much there. The gold lead swings back around in Shun's favor, now 2-1 and 2. Feeling pretty happy on this 5. Why didn't they take the Drake at all? Reset timings this early in the game would have been a bit tricky. Because by the time they'd killed people, respawns would have come on through and they'd be caught midway through the Drake and the waves weren't in a fantastic position, I don't think. Would be my assumption. Basically gone, look, we're not actually set up for this particular... We got the kills, but turning that into the Dragon on the time as we have, we just get... They just respawn and run at us in the pit and we die. Which would have been bad. Especially because you just burned a fair amount to make that happen. No bullet time, no cease and desist. Bit tricky. Especially with Curtain Call from Taeyun. He just walks over, presses R, and you go, oh god, I'm at half HP. And actually, I lied. They took the Dragon, didn't they? Just took them a while. Oh, why did they start Vector? Yeah, actually, no, that's just a good question. They were shoved in. It was a bad time. I don't know why I'm saying what I'm saying. I'm speaking lies on the internet. So yeah, but basically they shouldn't have, is the honest answer. They tried to cheat it because the Gwen can rush it. And didn't defend it well enough. Gonna head over towards the Grubs, flash on in for the Q, into the cease and desist. Missing, doing a lot of work. The bullet time is phenomenal. Scout looking for an angle. Teleport now coming on in. Cube is around. Vampire in threat though goes down. The equalizer onto Ale is solid enough. Jun flashing away. Managed to get one kill, but nothing more. Scout flashing for the charm! Monkey is down. Valkyrie away. Tries to keep Karis safe. They will lose Shun. Another knock up onto Cube. He's doing a fair amount of work and flashed away himself. Curtain's now called. Pei's going to look for that angle. Missing Kurt. We're going to be hyped with the charm, though, is Taeyun prevents the 4th shot follow-up. Shun down, but 2 kills in trade. And basically every summoner under the sun blown for the result of that play. You've got a ghost coming up on Monkey, and that's about it. Don't quite get to turn that into much. The Grubs end up being traded. A Grub stolen. So look at this. The charm goes wide to begin with, and then they say, okay, we can potentially jump on this. And they try to do some damage to Missing, who just backs away. Flash, headbutt, pulve into this bullet time is fantastic. Monkey, though, with the Hallowed Mist again, means that bullet time doesn't do as much damage to them as you might think. Then they throw it around with the needlework, and you're thinking, okay, with this teleport, we can play this. Lost the Nautilus, but that's not the bend of the world. Get a couple flashes, and then basically the rest of JDG start to threaten. The flash from Scout means that they can't extract from the river. Karis is jumped on with the cease and desist. The Valkyrie gets him out to safety, but only for a second or two. And so basically Shun trades his life for Karis' flash and the death in the end. Burns a lot more summoners besides. Largely, I think, an okay play for JDG. 2 for 1, plus a stolen Grub, plus a load of summoners burn. And Monkey now under threat in their own jungle. Does not get to use the Hallowed Mist. 4th death of the game. The Gwongle not looking fantastic right now. JDG all up in Gwen's business. Random, but a memory just popped up on my phone that 6 years ago I got accepted into a Peace Corps and placed in North Macedonia. Wow. Then I didn't go, but we stuck there when COVID started. That might have been a very different state of affairs, wouldn't it? What a life you could have led. Hey, the Macedonian national anthem is the bomb. It's pretty good, to be fair. Almost got stuck in ice when COVID kicked off. I'd have been in London, which wasn't the end of the world. Are they going to try and trade out with that turret? Still WE picks up the feats of strength there, because they got the first turret and the first 3 kills. Shun's going to pick up this Herald, though. Nale will trade turrets, so in the end, a slight stronger feat not necessarily going to decide the game here, I don't think. Especially with Dragon up. Monkey's going to try and rush this again as a Gwen with the Nash's too. You do spread through these objectives relatively fast, all things said and done. Overcome JDG, though. Oh, Monkey, I think you've tried to cheat some tempo there. Gets caught out over the wall. We'll try and steal away. Can't do. Dies to make this play happen. The Hallowed Mist comes on down. Shun goes, yeah, thank you for the leash. Soul point secured by WE. I get why Monkey's doing it. He wants to cheat that away and get the Ocean Soul point away from JDG. But can't quite do it in time and dies for it. JDG playing well. They are at the minute. The mid game has always been their strength. This game seems to be no exception. Third turret down. Dragon secured. Herald used mid lane, I believe. Now, WE, what do you do? Not an easy state of affairs at all. So have a look at the replay. So Monkey tries to sneak it away. They see the Dragon going down with the ward. Monkey can't quite get this in time. Scout ults over into the headbutt out of the pit. And they win the smite fight with the Q smite. And Monkey dies for nothing. Rough things, to be sure. Well then. Our long fame pop. Game, man. This Gwen is kind of useless. It feels a little bit right now. Had a good early gank, and then after that has run into the graves where your jungle is invaded issue. You lose. You don't get to play the game very well. You have expensive items. You have expensive tastes as a champion. You need the gold. You need the farm. Stuck at an item. Stuck down a level. An easy place to be in. We'll try and build towards that Rift Maker, and that will help. Mercy Chance want a fist fight. Yeah, I mean, honestly, this Jhin could be a bit clutch if the game gets late, because Jhin late game kind of outranges everyone. Gone for Ghost Blade into Rapid Fire Cannon. Try and pop someone squishy. It's something we're ever going to get to that stage of late game. Ocean Soul in 2 minutes. 4k lead for JDG. Gonna try and catch someone out here. Missing in danger, but we'll have the Unbreakable Will. Scout gets a charm onto Cube, means he can't get a decent equalizer off. Fighting over this red buff. Smite comes on down and secured by Monkey. Pei steps on forward, makes it rain a bush, and so they can clear out the ward. Karis looking to reset. Oh, Ala's gonna find him. Throws down the Lightning Shuriken into the Slicing Maelstrom. Passive comes on through, and the W proc is pretty good. Hang on, Conqueror! He walked back into the Frost Bomb. Ala, that's unfortunate. Wow. Merc treads value. That's not even with a Muramana transformation. Walked into the Foss bomb. Didn't get a good enough stun off. Oops. Arla. That's a very Arla moment. And actually, they're going to try and rush out to Khan here with a man advantage. Hang on, hang on, hang on. JDG feel like they're going to have to contest, but they're down the Kennen with no ult. Equalizer comes on through. It's good. Missing's in danger. Has to flash away. Monkey to get the needle worked out. Flash out from Shun. Vampire in danger as the bullet time shreds out most of the team. Scout looking for an angle. They will get one back. Atakan stolen. And that means the GAs are online. Oh, no. WE chose their moment. I don't blame them for looking. I really don't. They had the man advantage. They forced so many flashes, so many low health bars, but they can't win the Atakan fight. They saw their window, and JDG are cruel indeed. They snap it shut. It's a guillotine all along. WE headless. And down the Atakan. 20 seconds until Seoul. They are dead before it. They've got Atakans to work with for JDG anyway. This game is over. Scout even picks up a Medjai's. 10 stacks already. This Ahri is off to the races, so they say. Let's have a look again. Mind it, there's a man down. Missing, eats a lot of the damage, but does not die. Misses that last needlework. And the Monkey tries to go back and start at the Atakan. The exhaust comes down to make the bullet time less scary, but the damage is already done. Look at the health bars. Shun with the flash Q, and then wins the smite fight. 1400 HP is what that goes down on. And then the resets come on through for Scout. He's having a great Ahri game. Oh, it nearly cost his team a lot there. That death could have been very problematic. WE try to capitalize and fail. Missing. Pays will step onto that turret. Take it out. Baron spawns in 2 minutes. They're not even going to deal with that. They're just going to use the fact they have these GAs to really force turrets very hard. JDG have always been a team that plays around structures, plays around forcing the Monkey now on a flank angle. But to what end do you really want to play with these Atakan withdrawals up and available? Missing. Steps forward. Might die here, but is kind of happy to do so. But not before already potentially taking Vampire with him. They go into the backline with a cease and desist. Karras in danger, taken out. Q flashing away, goes down as well. Misfortune picks it up. It is a triple to Pays on that Misfortune. Great fortune for JDG. A disastrous one for WE. They need to go to some Shinto shrine somewhere and cleanse their spirits, clearly, because this was an inauspicious game indeed. Jingdong Gaming will take game 1. A little bit of playing with their food at the end of the roll. Arlo will pick up the kill there onto Vampire. Charm. And on the fountain onto Tay. You won't be able to quite pick him off, but the damage is pretty damn brutal. That was a JDG mid game. Solid, honestly, early game from WE. Traded some objectives. Got a good tower dive. The goal was even. Monkey was getting ahead. And in the mid game, the lane assignments, the turret pressure. Much, much cleaner for JDG. It's a scout team. Every time we see him on a team like this, we know how it plays. And play it well, they did. I think Scout's likely looking at MVP here. And hello, guys. I'm Initialise. I am Nymaera's older brother. We cast League of Legends together. We do the LPL here every damn day of the week. Over on twitch.tv/Nymaera. Over on the YouTube by the very similar name. And of course, over on Onivia's channel too. Pleasure to see you all over there. The likes of Janusz, get that correct, Janusz, Lionman, Charles Reyes earlier in the day. Always good to see you. Curly, obviously, over in the YouTube chat, having a great time. And a shout out over to me as well. Thank you very much, Amber, for sorting that one out. I am indeed in the title at Initialise Cast. I stream on my own channel as well and do some work over there as well. You find me on the NLC, I'm a Mere Masters. I filled in for LEC, you see me here. And basically, guys, we do this every day of the week. So for those of you who can, just follow the channel. Give us a like, give us a comment, throw out cool clips you find onto social media, like them if you see them on Reddit, that kind of thing. Unvote, I suppose is the correct term. All those things just help build the community because we are fractured. There is no official broadcast. It's us and the likes of LPL English and Dominate and stuff trying to do this off our own backs, and that's wonderful and all, but it means we are quite reliant on all of you guys to keep doing this. So that means like the views matter, the subs, if you can afford them on Twitch, matter as well. Amazon Prime subs, if you've got that opportunity, consider dropping them here because it really, really matters in terms of our ability to keep doing this. So if you've got a bit of love for the LPL, you want to help support us, it's a really valuable way to try and keep this scene and this community alive, and it's much appreciated when that comes on through. But the sales pitch over, because that's what it is, let's be real. I owe a fun fact to Grumpy Zeref. What is a fun fact for Zeref? I know quite a lot of fun facts. I just need to think about one. Sussy facts. You want sussy facts? Okay, let me just double check this one. Anyone that's not gross is the thing. I'll probably say I know a couple very sussy facts. I just don't know whether I want to share them. It was scary yesterday. Not sussy facts. Not sussy facts. Standard facts. Okay, we can do standard facts. What is a cool fact? Here's a fun one. When Elijah Wood finished filming his scenes for The Hobbit, which were the last films to be seen in those trilogy, he was given the Bilbo Baggins There and Back Again book. So he actually owns the book There and Back Again by Bilbo Baggins. And obviously the book also becomes The Lord of the Rings by Frodo. So he actually owns that one. The production team gave it to him, which is really, really awesome. And I think he also has a copy of The One Ring. Also, what's up, Lineman? Nice to see you. Hello. Finally home. Hey, Harold, welcome back. That is wholesome. Yeah, I thought it was. Not sussy at all, that one. If you want another fun Lord of the Rings fact, this one comes from an interview with Dominic Monaghan. I think, is that the correct term? It's Merry's actor, which I believe is Dominic Monaghan. Apologies, I forget his name properly. So I'm probably mispronouncing it to you, honestly. I know his face. I loved him as Charlie in Lost. He's wonderful in that. But he, when they were on the flight over to New Zealand, basically didn't know. I think it was him and Pippin's actor were on the plane. They knew each other. They figured out, well, we're the Hobbits. And they were basically in the airport when they picked up, not knowing anybody. And they saw Orlando Bloom and went, well, he looks super elf-like. Is that going to be Orlando Bloom? And they basically ran away. Are you Orlando? Hooray, we're the Hobbits! So they basically ran into each other because they figured out who Orlando Bloom was because he looked lost and like an elf. Which is fantastic. Does amuse me. Woohoo, New Zealand mentioned! That's the one. I really want to visit New Zealand at some point. I mean, I know it's super cliche at this point, but I'd love to do things like go to see some of the Lord of the Rings places, go hiking for them. I think it's just cool. I do. I love those movies. New Zealand's beautiful in general. I've got some family friends. My godparents basically live out in New Zealand as well, so I'd love to go visit them at some point. I'd love to go see some rugby mate games. Oh my days, I'd love to watch some rugby out in New Zealand. Let's have a look at the MVP. Scout. Ooh, missing. In fairness, it was a very good Alistair. You know what? I can agree to that. Some very good headbutt pulls to win some of those fights. Messed with Gwen on repeat. This moment here alone, fantastic. Watch the wait. Hallow missed down pulse. Beautiful. Right, let me run some ads. Actually, I can hold on to it for a bit. That's fine. We'll hold on. Till the break prop. Headbutts the Gwen out of the pit. Pulverizes her straight after. Nice. Tell me when you come here. Maybe I can organise some free accommodation for you. Oh, Lion Man. Oh, my days. Another New Zealander. That'd be great. I've actually got quite a lot of people and viewers from over that part of the world. It'd be a good time. Hey, Matt. Good to see you. Missing deservedly the MVP. That's a fun split of votes. I think that's probably deservingly so. There was a few players who played very well. Right, let me run some ads. And then I am going to get myself a cup of tea. Get myself hydrated and good to go. And get hydrated because Solo Puppy told me to. Thank you all for follows and stuff again, guys. Really appreciate it all. Game 2 coming up after the break. See you soon. Cool, it's a beautiful country. Yeah, I mean, by all accounts, New Zealand sounds wonderful. Not to split my focus too much. Woo. 3 jungle, 4 support, 1 mid. That feels fair. I think I might have gone for scout personally, but missing was also really good.
TCL X11H 领耀 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质，细节尽显，细腻光影，丰富明暗细节，典藏级影像体验。TCL 皇冠战马，更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。中国电竞，当然有我，有能量，当然战马。
I return at the changing of the tide. Oh, I forgot to change the volumes, didn't I? Whoops. Let me go do that before we get blasted by volumes unknown to man. Yoinketh. Apologies for that, guys. Hey chat, what's the patch? 25.06? I believe it's 07 at the minute. TNN Dark. So Neferi nerfed, but still very potent and very played here in the LPL. Hasn't changed all that much in the grand scheme of things. Skarner feels a lot more beatable and has been beaten. So there is that. Wow. Live in Beijing, JDG versus WE wants a marquee matchup. That's the term I was looking for. Took me a second. These days, feels very one-sided. JDG, clearly the favourites. Clearly the better team in game one, particularly in that mid-game. It felt like WE's lane assignments and macro senses let them down. Compared to the might and brains of the likes of Scout. Neferi's been left up. Monkey already had some good showings on that one. Tried with the Gwen. Didn't really work out. Pulled a fast one with that Gwen and Rumble lock in. Response from JDG looking like Ezreal. It's beginning to look a lot like Ezreal. I don't know why I'm singing Christmas song versions. Paze is a legendary Ezreal at this point. Comes from that long Korean dynasty of truly excellent Ezreal players. Your Bangs, your Praise, your Defts, of course. Paze, next up on that list, I think it's fair to say. Well, maybe that Marula and a few of those. Next generation is more what I'm trying to say. Sorry, these are fourth best Ezreal to ever played the damn game. That's perhaps a bit extreme at this point in a very young player's career, for all he's done quite a lot with Gen G and now over at JDG. Still slightly shocked nowhere in the LCK. Wanted to look at him seriously. The curse of being the rookie on a superstar Gen G team with the likes of Chovy, Keen and Canyon. They'll lock in the Jace as well, will JDG. Double poke already in. We though have the dive tools to close that distance. Kai'Sa, notoriously good at punishing Ezreal into those mid and later stages of the game because he can't hop away from that R all too easily. Had in the air, I was going to say Ambess, that's the wrong term. Aurora. And that ability to ensure you get to that backline, certainly enough to hurt them, is there. The CC's not great, but the target access is. That is an important distinction. Because even in low CC games, you can still do quite a lot of work as long as you can get to your target. It's going to be very hard to stay not got for JDG, at least at the minute. Shinzao often being an answer into the Neferi. Feels like you can knock her away, follow her up, try and fight with her early. So that might be the consideration here for Shun. And it will be locked. Pace Ezreal should be better than the LGD Ezreal we saw earlier. I think that is fair. Xiaoya's Ezreal was an experience. Some of those hop forwards at the end there disappointed me for a player who, at one point, was pretty solid, but he's had a weird one. So, second phase of bans, Galio, Sion, big frontline options, and I think that makes sense. You've got your poke core for JDG, a little bit of frontline in that. Shin's out, Rakan, big engage option for Vampire. Great follow-up with things like that Neferi and Kai'Sa, you can E2 them to extend your own range for your grand entrance. That secondary engage side of Rakan can be really valuable in terms of finding ways into a fight. Think about the Victor here. Wouldn't sure that is Jay's top, but we'll wait and see exactly what it ends up being. Rel instead for missing. Big proponent of that one. There's some front line there, some engage. Help tee up your skill shot poke champions to hit easier skill shots, and of course shred the resists, so they hit even harder. Leona, Nico, both very good dive options. And Ambessa would be another option to get into that mix. A lot of CC to set yourself up, but a lot of tools in the rest of the comp to blow things like flashes, blow things like dashes. I mean that if you come in second, it'll be a lot harder to dodge as long as your aim is true. And Cube will be tasked with doing that. Still waiting on a support. Leona would help. There's some actual CC. Well, follow-up's definitely in. Last pick now. Those are some fun hovers. Did see a little bit of tank Vex top into Ambessa, courtesy of Mirwin, who, as Nymaera was saying, and I completely agree, is the closest thing to Darien we've had since Darien. Would have been fun to see. But clearly not the answer here. They'll go towards the Victor. Scaling, zone control. Big AoE. Can look to punish some of the divers coming on in. Not necessarily a pure anti-dive comp, of course, but between the Crescent Guard and the Gravity Fields, you've got some tools there to make picking your moments important for WE. And you can guarantee they'll be coming forwards into you at the very least, which makes Hextech Rays and Chaos Storms, I suppose Arcane Storms these days with the rework, a lot more viable, a lot easier to hit. So, JDG, if you can get to 2 items plus on those 3 core carries, life is good. For WE, you want to hit that mid-game rolling, get Neferi, Ambessa, Kai'Sa, Aurora all on the line and getting going early on, get that snowball happening. A lot of ability to assemble the Avengers and have people dive in with their ultimates and long-range dashes. Kai'Sa, Neferi, Ambessa, and of course, that Aurora all have that ability to jump about a screen onto you. Pays, in particular here, I think is going to have to be very careful on how they position. A lot of tools to catch out erstwhile Ezreal. Game 2. Coming right up, folks. JDG are the current leaders, 1-0. Would like to make that a clean 2-0. Assuming that you can deal with that. On to the riff we go. Let's listen to the crowd for a second or two. Ooh, the level 1 bush bait. Hello, hello, hello. Jace going from a different angle. Not going to see anyone there. No one's baited up. Sets up for a good laning state, theoretically, for the Chase. With that lane control, get some damage down. Missing, mounts up. Good chunk then on Tainu. Barriers early. Nice stuff. You'll often see a lot of role players start dismounted in the bush because the mount up CC is so nasty because it pulls you towards towards people as well. That move speed after can be really annoying. Level 2's in. FaZe hops forward immediately. Good work. Misses that one cube. Taeyun down to about half. Got a biscuit in inventory. Not a great spot. Early ward from FaZe and missing in case that Nefiri comes looking for a level 3 gank. Might be asked to do so. Likely to happen. Instead, we'll see. Bit of a peek through mid. Shun's there as well. Oh, this could get interesting. Scout stepping forwards. Needs to be a bit wary. Siphon Power traded with the autos. Monkey just off vision, looking to go on forwards. Pulls the pack. Eviscerates forward. Lands some Dark and Daggers. They'll get a fair amount of damage. That bleed is rough. Scout down to about 100 HP. Shun spotted clearing out his red buff. Monkey wants to come and fight. Knows that Scout is going to have to reset. And Shun now in a dangerous position. Heads towards his Krugs. And Monkey decides that's going to be too far, especially with the Jace shoved up. Can't fight any more than that. We'll look to turn on to the blue buff. Play out from there. Cube shoved in. The price of that level 1 was Arla getting control of that bush and landing some early poke. It's gone towards the grass. We saw the Shy in this matchup yesterday. The days are blurring into one a little bit here, folks. Not going to lie to you all. Well, he went for the Electrocute into the Eclipse build. Very nasty early chunks, but struggled to stay alive as the game went on. Excuse me, sneezing. Again. Oh, Gesundheit. Oh, bless myself. Missing living up to his name. I was sneezing, so I don't know what he just did. I'm assuming he missed something. Pays. Q's a minion or two. Karis eating some nasty Hextech rays. The thing is, Victor can bully people like Aurora a little bit because she's short enough range. You just keep doing that with the E. And ever since the changes, particularly with the Siphon Power Shield and the way that's working, you just feel very, very potent with it. Vampire spots out a ward or two. Use that to clear out some wards, potentially. Decides against it. Got a lot of wards around now. Cube. Lacerates and Drakehound steps to get a chunk or two onto Arlo, who doesn't really care all that much. Lands some hypercharged autos onto Cube. Mid lane. Karis once again eating a Hextech rate. Not really able to trade out all that well. Cube's back through the minions. Passive proc comes on through. Across the veil, drops the minion to do so, but now Shun is here. And Karis, I think if there's a 3 Talon Strike, you could debate Flash Eating there. They use 3 Talon Strike. W now on over, comes to level 6. Scout not quite there yet, has to flash away. Okay. Not bad. About a minion off level 6 is Scout. Monkey eviscerates towards safety. The rest of JDG looking to defend this mid lane, prevent easy shove in and a punish. Vampire. Eclipse shield down. Forced to flash. Oh, hang on. Vampire just letting blast go towards the rest of JDG. Is going to have another Eclipse available. Shattering Strike comes on through. Not too much more to be found there. But that will force some resets and allow JDG to start up the grubs. No wave shoved up either. Taeyun will get that wave mostly in. Throws out a W. Looking for a steal. Can't quite find it. Might's in the way anyway, often making a difficult steal opportunity with your general skill shots. Monkey forced to eviscerate away as missing continues to be annoying. Taeyun and Pays trading out. They'll take 2 grubs and back off, say that's enough for us. We don't want to lose more of a wave. Oh, missed that one. -1. At least it's not a cannon. If you do exclamation mark cannon in the Twitch chat, see how many cannons Alex has missed. It's great. We love abusing Shield Bash Airy. Yeah, Shield Bash Airy is pretty silly. There you go. What do you mean he's never missed a cannon? Read the message, Mecha. Of course Alex has never missed a cannon. He's just saving them for another game. Shun, he's a Dark-In Dagger. Gonna go back on in, thinking about trading this one out, but there's the rest of the team coming on forward. If it's straight now on forward and Shun in the spot or bother, but still gets to back away. Shock Blast empowered by that acceleration gate. So the skies is an option. Monkey now slowed down, eviscerates away. Left at 20% HP will heal off the Raptors at least. It might be on cooldown, Grumpy, I'm sorry. I don't actually know how Alex has set it up. Okay, Scout is probably dead. Nice combo from Monkey. No flash. Ult means nothing. And the Hound's Pursuit gets a kill. Nice work for W. First kill of the game. 8 minutes in. Been a relatively slow one. Monkey. Not doing all that much right now. Crash down away. Big chunk onto Taeyun. Oh man. Missed that Q. It would have been a nasty moment for Taeyun, but down to half HP. Shun takes up the dragon. Grubs spawning in a minute and a half. First dragon of the game goes to JDG. It's a relatively late one, but it's done. Taeyun hanging around, can look to come on in with the killer instinct. Vampire left out to die. The Eclipse comes on down. Buys some time, missing. Out of range as Shun has to flash away as well. Taeyun now here looking for potential angle on in. Has got the ult, may want to burn it. Flashes away, barrier down as well, but then a flash shattering strike means that they get another one back, and missing doesn't take enough angle from those minions. Angle from those minions? Aggro probably was the term I was actually looking for. As he finds a good angle. Could have had a slightly longer sentence there, Sam. Either way, Taeyun dies, burning everything in his kit. Will at least pick up Shun, but it is still a 2-for-1. Hop across the veil, into a Between Worlds, into the Hound's Pursuit. And Scout can call forth an Arcane Storm, but I think a standard Umbrella would deal with that one. Alright, Shun is in danger. It just goes down. Nice pick off before the grubs could be taken. Pace looks to get something more, gets a decent chunk onto Karis, but that's only half of his HP bar. Monkey now on those grubs with the jungle dead. Shun caught out and about there. The Eclipse completed for Monkey, and down goes that Shin's out. Bot side though, Scout's going to take that first turret. Which is a fairly decent win, I think, all things said and done. JDG happy enough to trade that additional kill there. Might look want to come and fight for at least the last grub here. Over comes Arla as well. Monkey may need to back away from this one. Shattering strike just wide as Monkey flashes. To the skies though goes Arla, looking to push Karis back and around. Hands a shock blast just shy of Karis' final location after a quick jaunt across the wall of his Between Worlds. Pace is too good, man. He's having a good time on this Ezreal. He is up, what, 25 odd CS, 30 CS? That is a rough place to be. That's poor old Taeyun. Again, the Kai'Sa will eventually be good into the Ezreal. As long as you can survive the lane. So far, it's been pretty rough. Fights occurring once again in the river. Missing, crashes down, buys some time, but in comes Kai'Sa. Pays, survives, but missing does not. WE really playing hard for this river. Dropping a lot of waves to make it happen, though. And despite the kills, JDG still up. 1,000 gold here. Part of that So they didn't quite cast that first turret, but they are just farming so much better. WE making plays, but it's at an opportunity cost. Unless these opportunities turn into meaningful leads, could get tricky yet. Get themselves the grubs, took them 2 attempts. JDG gave over 2 kills in the grand scheme of things. Neferi is 2-0. You're absolutely right, and that's been scary already, but saw Neferi got, what was it, 14-0, something like that. Still lose earlier today. Poor old Nio. Tried real hard, couldn't quite make it happen. Cube thundering blowed out of his Drakehound step. Not quite my temper. Should be able to claim this turret here. Hypercharger available. Wants to get that demolished proc. Does so. Monkey's around. Won't look to go all in on that one. First turret secured by JDG. Scout now topside. Siphons the power. Runs at that Aurora. About 20 CS there as well. These solo lanes are so far ahead. Look at Ale. We're talking about the mid and bot. Ale's up 40. The raw laning strength here is doing WE in somewhat. They'll come and fight over here. Landing that Whimper comes lightning. Vampire's going to look for an angle. Gets himself in trouble doing so. Red buff was secured by Monkey. So the buff secured. The health bar's a little depleted here. Scout still shoving topside. Still threatening Karis. He has to go across the veil again and look for a reset. Doesn't have a teleport. It's that plate. Well, that turret topside is going to take a bit of a beating as Arla just returns to this lane. He's got a black cleaver complete. Is up 1,400 gold. With no kill involvement at all. Just off plates. Just off that turret. Just off the CS. That is a nasty place to be in pre-turret plates falling. Won't quite claim that third turret topside. Sorry, third plate topside on that turret. To correct the sentence. Scout comes back out. Row it in hand. Already stacking for a while. Got himself some Mercury treads on top of that all. Sure. Neferi, 700 gold ahead. That's a good news story. Everywhere else, just look at how fed Ala and Peza. Alright, hang on. Let's do a fight on forwards. Public Execution comes on down and goodbye. Karis deletes missing. WE continuing to make the more successful proactive plays for all the JDG are farming well. These death ball plays are working. The problem is they're not turning into all that much yet. That might get them a dragon, but it loses them another turret. There's only so many times you can make these plays before JDG start becoming very, very scary gold-wise. At least you get the dragon, but it's only first dragon. Alright. Scout does a bit of that there, chunking. Arla is so strong right now. He's always been a J specialist, but that is not getting any easier anytime soon. Over towards the Herald we go. WE been getting the better of a lot of these objective fights of late, but I think JDG might be wanting to turn up and play for the first time in a while. Those shock blasts hurt, don't they? Oh my days, Arla. Land a few more of those and this might be an interesting one. Herald likely going to be secured out by Monkey. Is JDG trying to keep them out of the mid lane by the looks of it. Want to play for this turret. They're TPing in. Arla jumped on. Flashes away from the public execution. The rest of the team goes looking. Solar Flare just shy. Getting a slow onto Arla, who's going to get jumped on. Will likely go down, but doesn't quite take Monkey with him. They burn everything to get it happening. They will kill Arla. Great news However, they lose the mid-tier 1 for it. They get the Herald, but the map continues to be played wider by JDG. Can they catch someone else on the retreat? Vampire, split off from the team, has no solar flare, has no flash, and Ignite in a Dream. He has been jumped on JDG saying, yeah, we can play this. True shot, barrage, comes across, Magic Storm into the backside, Monkey will immune it with that call of the pack. Into the Between Worlds we go, and WE begin to respond. Pays now in danger, nowhere to go. Finally, Shun turns up, but where was he this entire time? Trying to fight off with Monkey, I would guess, get some Darking Daggers down, chasing onto Scout, who is now bleeding out. Will Siphon Power one of the dogs. Shun in danger, gets slowed down. Looks for the wind, becomes lightning, could look toward Audacious Charge forwards. Won't have that cooldown, and the healing off the Eclipse and the Darking Daggers is enough. JDG losing out on that fight in the long run, looking to punish after the reset. This is that fight. Karis gets to turn up and go absolutely mental there. Tane still had ult, so Pace gets leveled. And JDG, the laning's been good, but these team fights have been tough. We said, look, the target access is solid. And oh my days, Neferi's gone Profane Hydra. Does not want to play long fights. No Black Cleavers, no Shojins. Wants that first rotation to delete someone. And in fairness, there's no one really who's going to be able to deal with that, I don't think. I wonder whether Monkey might have been very astute with that build. Eclipse enough dueling power by itself. Dragon spawning in a minute. Public execution goes wide. Arcane shift out from Pace. 25 seconds on the dragon. Second dragon for either team. Gold lead kind of non-existent now for JDG. Man, a few of those fights have gone really wrong, haven't they? We need to head WE. Okay, take these objectives and turn them into something. They have now. There's the turret down finally for WE. That'll help bring back some of that standing gold. Still no damage really on that top or mid turret, but they want to try and look to come on in to this river. Set up for a second dragon. In goes Monkey. Onto Scout. Stays alive for a second or two. Looking to try and bring down the Victor and do so. That allows a reset on that call of the pack if they want to. Hound the shooter, sorry, JDG. Caught in the middle of everyone. All the while, Alice solos out the Kai'Sa. You lost your jungle, you've lost your mid. That will be Dragon over for WE, but Alice somehow pouncing on Taeyun. Might get a tier 2 off this. Will do. Ramana transformation is a scary beast for Jace. Dragon secured by WE, who are playing out a much, much better game in game 1. JDG, we said, look, sometimes the playbook don't work. They aren't very adaptive. They have been punished looking for some of these players, but especially when they're not the ones on the front foot. Scout jumped on here by Monkey, who just says we're going. Hound's Pursuit popped into the Solar Flare. Can't quite get the kill initially, but the damage is huge. Then Ala sees Taeyun walking up. He just jumps on him. To the skies. Auto. Thundering blow. To the skies again. Back into hammer form, or back into cannon form to get a shock blast down. Maybe it should have stayed a passive run. I see you, Palimundos. That's very funny. JDG still with a win con here. They are up a fair amount of golds. Taking a lot of these turrets. This Jace is very, 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 very strong. But we are saying that JDG are struggling to deny the divers from WE from killing their first target. This Neferi build is designed to do just that. It's not an extended damage build. Profane Hydra is all about that up front first. You kill someone or you die to it. You're not squishy with this build. Not even 2000 HP. However, should you hit Pace, hit Scout, hell, even hit Arla to a certain extent, do a lot of work, Looking to collapse here on Arle. Karis potentially in danger. We'll go between worlds. Arle though just jumps to the sky, says if we can trade that. Monkey and Shun trading on the other side. Wind becomes lightning for a second or two, but the Darking Daggers landing make this tricky. Arle though able to clear the wave with an accelerated shock blast. Shocking, says Jace. WE are in a bit of a weird spot now. Close enough in gold to make this playable. But they don't really have much in the way of map control. They're trading Atakan here for turrets. Well, cool. It's the permabuff. Of course, there's not actually that many objectives yet for JDG. So it's not being buffed out that much. And they know it's happening. They're saying, look, we really just want to get some gold on the map. And try and get the mid-tier 1. If they can get 3 turrets for Atakan, probably worth it for WE. Swing themselves into a gold lead for the first time this game. Can't get the mid-tier 1. That kind of sucks. Do get the gold lead, though. Those blood petals. Nice for JDG to help level people up again. Arlet is still very, very strong here. Got a Serpent's Fang to deal with some of the shielding. Lockets and Eclipses, oh my, and a Repudiation to deal with as well. 9 stacks on the Dark Seal as well for Karis on this Aurora. Quietly having a much give out a game after that early game was pretty unfun. Pays though. Also in a pretty scary position. At least Kaiser's gotten to 2 items. The Wild Arrows will be fully stacked. The Infinity Edge also built up, so crit is certainly not line. I'm trying to think what the last item is, or the third item is. Lord Dominic's, perhaps. Not really into all that much armor stacking, though, is my only thinking. Phantom Dancer, Hurricane. Don't think Rapid Fire Cannon. Good Collector. A little bit late in the day. Normally want that first or second item. Immortal Shield Bow, I suppose, if you want the shield on shields. 33 seconds until Hextech Dragon. The sole point for the side of WE. JDG, you've got the Scuttle Crab Shrine at least, but that's about it. Or actually, I see. Made that emote, come on in. Neferi's pack get in the way of Ezreal Qs? Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. Hang on, Vampire. Jumped on. Karis here, looking to potentially go between worlds. Vampire tanky enough right now with the Aftershock and the Eclipse to be alright. Didn't pop the locket. Oh, welcome back. Got Soul Point. Quick wave for the camera, mate.
I'll get back.
Give it a bit. There we go. Fight happens. Vampire goes deep. WE in a pretty interesting position at this point. Shun trying to get some damage on the backside of the back. As the execution comes on in. The problem is Monkey and Taeyun can keep on diving. They'll finally bring down the Kai'Sa. But watch Pays. Watch what he can do. Monkey still alive. The Profane Hydra build on this Neferi finally brought low. But Karis and Cube still break the back of that fight.
Monkey, continually so important for Team WE. 7-1-7, the full assassin Neferi, pulling JDG apart at the seams. I was worried actually that he wouldn't get the reset off. I thought that his first ultimate was interrupted and he'd get locked down, but that's the problem with Neferi. So hard to actually lock that damn dog down for a kill.
And for a quick heads up on how the game went, we saw JDG play the map wide, play for lane advantages. WE in these grouped up death balls have been constantly picking JDG apart.
Now, Vampire instantly one shot, and Karis actually doesn't get that much damage done. I thought that would be the end of it. Much like many of WE's better moments, it really is just on Monkey picking up the pieces. It is astounding to me that a team that has struggled as much as Team WE had managed to get away with this. Gets 2, 3 Triumph procs, does die at the end, but takes so long to die it doesn't matter.
Karis at this point, now with a fully stacked Medjai's, that one he got exhausted in. But that means Neferi's not exhausted, Kai'Sa's not exhausted, and Bess is not exhausted. The CC's not fantastic for WE. The target axis sure as hell is. Solar Flare lands. Arleth forced to back away. Vampire down to half HP. They're going to go on Henge. Shun trying to find an angle. This would still be sole point for WE if they can secure it. It is taken by Shun though, which evens up the dragon count. Public execution into the backside from Cube. The turnaround with that call of the pack and the Hound's pursuit. Monkey will finally fall as Scout picks that one up. Aside from power, and Karis goes down. And WE, the second round, isn't good enough.
Once again, Vampire evaporated at the start of the fight, and it has to be kind of like a brawling outplay kind of situation from Monkey, who this time can't quite make the magic happen. Karis, only 2 stacks on the Medjai's now. He has been shut down. JDG, after taking the Dragon, with so many kills, they will move straight towards the Baron, and there will be no contest.
None at all. It's been the first one fight, really, from JDG this whole game. They found picks individually. Arla up an obscene amount of CS in that early game. The early lane leads, the early turret leads were looking problematic. Baron will help with that a great deal.
Go back into that replay. Once again, you know, Vampire trying to really just start off the fight well and close down the target. He goes too far. Doesn't actually end up working things out for a big dive this time. No one can combo onto it. Shun holds the front line still. And, you know, it is left to just Monkey trying to get an outplay on the backside. He has nothing left at that point. I think Cube, I wonder if he should have just left well alone there. Does get the 1 kill, sure. You lose so much after that point. I wonder whether they should just call it quits once the initial engage failed.
And Paze and Scout get a lot of damage down onto Monkey, who doesn't have W up. And with this build, there is no Shojin, there is no Black Cleaver. You are very, very squishy. Your upfront burst, unreal. Your healing once you kill someone, pretty good. Until that point, you are still just about 2,000 HP, if that.
And you see JDG starting to crush the map now. This is a problem. Ala does a lot of damage. You can understand why the Neferi's gone for this build, and you can see the value that it's gotten, but there are too many people you need to kill now. This Victor, very hard to get through. This is one of the games where the Rod of Ages does make a difference with the Zhonya's. You know, Scout is still doing respectable damage, but he's not nearly as easy to be dove onto by Cube and Monkey, and of course Ezreal, notoriously slippery. And once you get that Shojin, which of course is in now, your E is basically up every time you hit 2 Qs. If you E to escape the first time, turn around for a couple of Qs, you can do it again. It's very hard to shut down the Ezreal if you miss even 1 skill shot onto him and allow him to jump again.
Of course, you have still got Taeyun on this Kai'Sa. And yes, the Neferi may be manageable, but can you do that plus the Ambassador, plus the Aurora, who now unfortunately had to sell her Medjai's, but still in an okay spot, and then the 3-item Kai'Sa. You have got tools, especially if JDG are too focused on killing the first target. We have seen the second and third ingresses into the backline get a lot of value for WE as this game's gone on.
Yeah, I think you would have really liked to see the AP Kai'Sa at this point in the game, though, with this kind of team.
Yeah.
Double AD assassins on your team. The Kai'Sa going towards the crit build, definitely. Oh, hang on, Vampire's has lost all of his HP. He's had a difficult, well, since I've been watching. Maybe the early game was better.
It's better for him, yeah.
Better for him. His last couple of fights haven't really delivered, so I only get to see the bad parts of Vampire. I'm so sorry to
Maybe you're the problem.
Maybe I am the problem. There are, yeah, that can occasionally happen. Turret's starting to be felled now. The range from JDG really coming online. If you had the poke Kai'Sa, maybe you could fight back a bit against this. You have no such tools here.
Very difficult. It's all in or bust with this comp, and they're thinking about doing just that as Vampire steps on, but he's only really onto missing, and now he's caught forwards. Has to flash away, and Pace says, no, you don't. I Arcane Shift and Q you. Eat my Mystic Shot, Taeyun. Hit with another. The Arcane Shift forwards will be barriered as they turn around now with the Hound's Pursuit eviscerating forwards, but again, there is no HP, and JDG were pushed this game by WE, but a failed fight for Soul Point into a Baron. And JDG's work done to the map earlier comes and pays them back with dividends in the form of a Nexus.
The sharpshooter Pays really making his impact here in the late game. JDG will move to 2-0. Wouldn't necessarily call it clean, but I would call it done.
That it is. And JDG Smart plays to cross map. They fought poorly, I think, in the mid game. They'll be looking to look at that one.
I can't believe that I turned up and just W immediately saw.
Genuinely, you turn up, and like before that, we were seeing fights be very consistent for WE. They were giving up towers for it. They were giving up waves for it, and that was problematic. But it felt like at least they had a game plan, and once they got a few of those objectives, you're thinking, okay, this looks scary. How are you going to deal with this Neferi build? And the answer was just fight around Soul Point and then get a Baron.
Just say as well, I love the JDG arena. This is their Beijing arena, so they are at home there. Hi folks, how's it going? I was out at the LEC planning meeting today because I'm going to be casting a little bit there on this weekend.
Oh, fun.
But it did mean that I actually missed what I heard was a riveting first series with a 45-minute experience of a lifetime, maybe several actually after that length of game. As yeah, at least I suppose this series was a little shorter.
It was.
You go do that. You go look at this. I'll see off things and I'll talk.
Apology, I've left like 3 mugs in your room.
It's all good. You should do that at some point. and a bowl.
That was
You're doing everything here, Sam. Cool. Well, thank you so much for putting such a hard shift today, Sam. It does make obviously a world of difference.
That was amazing.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Obviously, talking our stuff about LEC.
Fun.
Right, so I guess we'll be waiting a little bit until we get obviously Sam's stream is online, and we'll wait until we get the highlights, and of course, the thingy, the MVP. That tends to be quite important, isn't it? Okay. Thank you for removing various bits of crockery from my room. I need to catch up with the German lesson as well. Did I miss much?
Bits and pieces,
Yeah.
but I will run you through it later if you want.
Cool. That would be very appreciated. I like that. Yeah, the meeting was good, Seraph. I appreciate it. So, Nymaera is not welcome in Xi'an after this one. I did, yeah. Funnily enough, I've actually been to Xi'an before. It was a very nice place. It has a very good hot pot. If you ever get a chance to go to Xi'an, there are some very, very good hot pots there. And also, one of the specialties of Xi'an is like barbecued skewers. So you can get barbecued like pork, lamb, and beef and stuff like that, which is very, very good. So I ended up eating that while I was out there in 2023 because I was out there for the LPL Summer Finals. Am I casting a specific series? Yes, I'm casting G2 versus Rogue. Of course, you know, famous finals matchup from summer 2022 and over in Malmö. Great casting, guys. I cast so little of it. I feel like it's not attributed to me. So I'll pass on the thanks to Sam. But yeah, we'll wait until we have our highlights or MVP, and then we'll go over and raid over to that. And of course, if you're on YouTube, of course, we'll leave you there for that. Summer 2022, nothing happened then. Yeah, nothing happened in summer 2022. Nothing happened at all. Definitely wasn't a 3-0 finals for Rogue over G2. And Kaiser, 6th member of JDG. Right, let's get that post-game breakdown. What do the stats look like? What kind of music they're playing? Oh, this is a good track. I like this track. What a banger. Who do you reckon the MVP is? I actually have no idea who the MVP... Well, I mean, I didn't see half the game, so I can't say that. I don't know what happened in early game. Ala? Alright, fair. That good, I guess. Pays. I mean, Pays was excellent. Pays was very good in late game, but his late game was insane. So Ala for early game, Pays for late game. I think I'd give it to Pays. Well, I only saw the early game. Of course I could only give it to that. Come on, give us the highlights already. Huh. Pays doing a hell of a lot of damage, man. Well, he did throw... Hang on. How did they throw? There wasn't a Baron. No, that's gone. Herald. How did they... Well, I guess it was never that big of a gold lead. Kill participation. Obviously supports more. Alright, early game dives. Well, now I get to recap the entire game from this. Ooh, good Q from Ezreal. Wow, that was good. That was a nice Q. I mean, doesn't... Wait, he dies anyway. Ooh. Damn. Gets away with that one, just missing. What happened here? Oh, we're just seeing a... Well, if I get caught out. Yay, Vampire Rent gives me life. Whew, Karis got kind of fed. Ooh, nice flip back, actually. Oh, this was the really cool turnaround. Look, Monkey's actually been playing very well. Watch the dragon fight with Kai'Sa. What happened to Backsaw? Yeah, the last one was fine, but what happened here? Does nothing. I mean, this one he does nothing, right? Wait, did they jump forward anyway? Nope. Walks into the Chaos Storm, does nothing. They should have backed off. That was a split call. And then the game's over. That fight was really bad. Actually, I didn't even check really what happened before that. Did you... Wait, he jumped onto the... He got 1v1 by the Ezreal after. Maybe I missed what you were talking about, actually. Not even one auto attack. I think they had to back off. I think this call was leave it, and they went in anyway. I think... I don't know if you full send it, that doesn't the game already end? Well, that was a playable time. JDG 2-0. Let me know when you get some... Samuel. I'm just going to assume he's alive somewhere in there. He might have gone to the toilet. Well, he's obviously been solo casting the whole time, so, you know. No, went on the MVP. Ala gets it. Fair play, fair play. Is your stream live, Sam? It is. Cool, already over. Okay, folks, thank you so much for joining us today. If you're on YouTube, the stream will end here. Remember to give us a drop a like, a follow, a subscribe, follow Sam as well on his socials, and if you're on Twitch, you'll be rated over to him now. Thank you so much for joining us. Auf Wiedersehen.